all the knowledge and wealth that she have in there as far as energy is concerned. We will be moving straight on to have the opening remarks, and it's important that when we're talking about nuclear energy, here in Ghana and in many other parts of Africa, once people hear nuclear, there's this misconception, and there's the worry that, okay, nuclear is not safe. Are we going to have another, atomic bomb? How are we going to manage it? And for developing countries especially, you're wondering, do we have the capacity to ensure that we can manage nuclear waste and all the other challenges that comes with nuclear energy? But trust me, with the little that I know, having followed energy for a long time here in Ghana, I know that, yes, we have the people who are capable of doing it, but then it's not as simple as that. There are processes that will have to be followed before you can actually start generating electricity from nuclear. And the International Atomic Energy Agency is going to make sure that you follow it to the letter. So there's nothing for us to worry about. And it's also important that we have signals from the very top that we're committed to doing this. And at this time, or at this point in this country and in Africa, where we're having challenges with electricity, South Africa has its own challenges, and here in Ghana, we have, a few challenges. It's important that we get the signals from the very top that the entire government is committed. And having the senior advisor to the president of Ghana here is indicative of that commitment from government. Yaosafo Mafo is a senior advisor under President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, an engineer and banker by profession. He has been very instrumental in re-engineering Ghana's economy for growth, having worked as the Minister of Finance under ex-President John Ejekumu Kufuor. And at this point, I'd like us to welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to give us his opening remarks. And you can keep it going as he makes it.
Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Minister for Energy, the leadership of Parliament here present, the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana, ministers of the Republic of Ghana, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of the U.S. and Africa governments, official and industry players present, and I see quite an array of distinguished personalities here on this matter. Nuclear energy. As the PR said earlier on, when you hear nuclear energy, it vibrates something else in your ears, no matter how much you try to cover it up with quotations from the Bible. Once it is nuclear energy, people get a little confused. People think of something harmful. People think of something disastrous, but it isn't. From what I've read from this African-American summit collaboration, they're pushing it to the direction of useful purpose for our development. Representatives of stakeholder institutions, International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA officials, invited guests, friends of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for gracing our occasion. We consider this a very important meeting because this is the first ever American-African Summit on nuclear energy. And I'm happy that I'm formally giving you a welcome. I don't know how long you have been here, but if you haven't been here long enough, find time for the rest of the days to see Accra. I wouldn't say it's a beautiful city, but it provides a lot of interesting findings. Currently on a special new era where international cooperation and strategic partnership between and among nations have emerged and compelling all of us to be clear drivers of rapid expansion and development of the nuclear energy. There is no better period to strengthen our development agenda than now, when the world is grappling with issues of climate change that has potential dire effect on the African continent. Don't forget that our continent has the youngest population, and therefore we must be worried about any climate change consequences. For the continent to develop its natural resources, expand its economy, and provide for its citizens, it needs international cooperation to develop a green, dense energy technology in today's world. It has been proved beyond doubt that nuclear technology can provide the needed green energy for accelerated economic development. It is necessary, however, to underscore the importance of the adoption of a latest cost alternative technology with a future of shorter construction time and also lend itself to easy grid integration. This will maximize the benefits of the adoption of nuclear technology by African countries. But we need not have to invent a wheel. We've just got to take advantage of what has already been done and continue from there with them. This summit promises a great platform for lively discussions and fruitful interaction, with particular emphasis on the crucial role of nuclear energy in fostering sustainable development throughout the African continent. This summit gives us a chance to emphasize nuclear energy's capacity to help not only to decarbonize, but to stimulate economic expansion, encourage innovation, develop our human capacity, and advance green and sustainable solutions. We will discuss the problems, but luckily we will also have the expertise to offer solutions to the problems we talk about. So it will be both informative and solution-directed. The wide range of players present today shows the shared commitment to a greener, cleaner, and more resilient generation mix that ensures sustainable economic growth and a more predictable and affordable tariff regime. At the end of the day, if you produce the energy and people cannot afford it, then there is a problem. So you must always look at the end of the tunnel, affordability. Ghana is indeed privileged to host all you distinguished delegates from across Africa, international institutions, United States, United Kingdom, South Korea, and Japan, representing governments, industries, academia, and civil society. The countries I mentioned, the world power in science and technology is here, and therefore we are likely to go close to finding solutions to our problems. We expect to also discover novel solutions to our energy difficulties, thanks to the spirit of collaboration that the gathering is built upon, which is exemplified by your participation here today. Over the course of the summit, we anticipate thought-provoking discussions, insightful presentations, and fruitful exchanges, that which will enrich our understanding of the challenges that present opportunities to the nuclear power industry in Africa. We can, together, confront the challenges facing the energy sector and strategically map a course towards a more promising and sustainable future for Africa. We have in our midst the Minister for Energy, who is one of the most hard-working ministers we have in this government. I urge each one of you to take advantage of the summit's numerous sessions and network breakout sessions, opportunities to create the future for our respective countries. I appeal specifically to the Ghanaians participating in this to take advantage and absorb as much as you can to help our own cause. I urge each one of you to take advantage of the summit's numerous sessions of networking opportunities to create the future for our respective countries. As we work together to shape the future of our nuclear energy in Africa, let us take advantage of the perceptions and experiences that this esteemed gathering provides to all of us. The experience we have from what I've read in the participation, we really have a lot, and we should take advantage. Each one of us should take advantage of the gathering to enrich what you already have. As we strive to develop nuclear power, I encourage the regulators of the Forum of Nuclear Regulatory Bodies in Africa to quickly ramp up their competencies to support the developing of the nuclear program. We must also consider the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, initiative on nuclear harmonization and standardization, and bridging the competencies gap and accelerating the nuclear power plant licensing in a safe, secured, and safeguarded manner. I urge each one of you to actively participate in the various sessions of the summit, bearing in mind that we have people with the know-how here. We have people who can talk about the problems, but interestingly, we also have people who can offer solutions to the problems. So when we combine the two sides of the coin, then we are here to benefit each other. Lastly, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission's Nuclear Power Institute, and the U.S. Department of Energy for their thorough planning and tremendous work in making the summit a reality. Your commitment to excellence is admirable, and your commitment gathering this brain power in this room is admired and is encouraged. Thank you very much. Once again, welcome to the U.S. Africa Nuclear Energy Summit 2023. Welcome to our dear country, Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Yaosafo Mafo, Senior Advisor to the President. I think you can give him another round of applause as he makes his way. And yes, I'd like to reiterate the welcome he gave you. And please take the chance to get to see Ghana, because there are lots of beautiful places here in Ghana to see. And over the few days that you're going to be here, I'm sure you're also going to be sampling some of the wonderful dishes that we have here in Ghana. I'd like to go on to the next speaker, and he's going to be giving us the keynote address. He's in the person of Dr. Michael Goff. He's the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for for nuclear energy at the Department of Energy. A warm round of applause to him as he makes his way. And he will be speaking on the role of the U.S. government in supporting Africa's nuclear power potential.
Thank you, Israel, for that very kind introduction. And thank you, the Honorable Asif Mafu, for your wonderful remarks. And I think we do need to take those to heart as we're meeting over these next 3 days. I like your comment. We want to be pushing nuclear into something useful for the African continent. And also we want to make sure we're solutions oriented as we're doing that. So I think we should keep all those remarks mindful as we're going through this event. So good morning, and again, and as noted, I'm Mike Goff, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary in the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Nuclear Energy. I too want to extend a number of thanks out there. First, thanks to the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation, specifically the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, the Nuclear Power Institute, and I should particularly note Seth, Archie, Afuma, and Etema. We appreciate the help very much as we've been working through this. Through extending those thanks to Nuclear Power Ghana as well, and to all the excellencies from the many countries in Africa that are here this week to discuss the potential role of nuclear energy to achieve our clean energy and energy security needs, and how we, the United States, can be a partner in this process. I do want to also thank my colleagues from across the U.S. government that are here. Excellent President and Chair Rita Jo Lewis, Nuclear Regulatory Commission Commissioner David Wright, who I think will be here later this morning, State Department's Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary Ann Ganser, the Assistant Director for the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Rian Biran, folks from the Commerce's Advocacy Center, Special Presidential Envoy Kerry's team as well for being here, and extend a special thanks to the Department of Energy's Deputy Assistant Secretary Alicia Duncan and her team, who's been working greatly with our Ghanaian colleagues to organize this summit, and with ASTM and the U.S. Embassy for all their hospitality in this. So thank you for all the folks for putting this on. And I also want to thank, too, we have leaders and all, not just from the government, but we have leaders and colleagues from our universities in the United States, from our national laboratories, our civil societies, and industry attending this important summit. And we are all excited to be here. And I should note, you have our full attention while we're here, and after this meeting as well. We're here, as noted, to answer questions and identify areas where we can work together and come up with solutions here. So in this talk, I'd first like to start with the view of nuclear energy in the United States. And I should stress, as the summary of this is, I see the future as being extremely bright with respect to nuclear energy in the United States and with our partners and allies as well. The Biden administration and my bosses, the Assistant Secretary, Dr. Catherine Huff, and U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, are unequivocal advocates for nuclear power in both domestic engagements and international engagements. If you haven't heard them speak on the merits of this, I encourage you to look on YouTube. They are very good advocates for this technology. We do view that nuclear energy is a key element of our strategy to put the United States on a path to net zero carbon future by 2050. At already 50%, nuclear energy is the largest source of emissions-free electricity in the United States today, and we see a need for on the order of 200 gigawatts of new capacity of nuclear in the United States alone by 2050 to meet these goals. That's a tripling of our present capacity. So how are we approaching this in the United States? Well, in the Office of Nuclear Energy, our mission is to advance nuclear energy science and technology to meet the United States and our allies and partners' energy, environmental, and economic needs, in addition to both enhancing our energy and national security. We've prioritized our work in 4 areas to accomplish this. First, we want to ensure we continue the operation of our existing nuclear fleet in the United States. That's 93 commercial reactors out there. Second, we want to support and facilitate the deployment of new reactors. Third, we want to secure and sustain our nation's nuclear fuel cycle. And that has been a very strong focus after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And the fourth one, which is very important for this gathering, is we want to expand our international nuclear energy cooperation. So, while keeping the existing reactors open operational in the United States is very important, I want to instead focus my remarks today more on facilitating the deployment of advanced technologies and their roles in enabling the full potential of each of our countries moving forward. And that potential is, this technology creates high-quality jobs. It strengthens the supply and access of clean and reliable electricity, leading to the ability to further lift communities and in countries and enhance the overall energy security. In doing this, though, it is essential that we deploy this next generation of advanced nuclear reactors to ensure that nuclear power can continue to play a key role in supplying clean electricity, clean energy in general, decarbonizing the overall economy, and again, supporting both our energy security and national security goals. Advanced nuclear energy is really right now right-sized and it has a number of different sizes to meet the energy needs of many different communities and end users. Okay, for those not familiar with our terminology, which yes, nuclear energy has a lot of different terminology that we use that doesn't always make a lot of sense, but for those not familiar with our terminology that we'll be talking about, first we talk about microreactors. So in general, microreactors will say between 1 and 20 megawatts of electricity. We also have small modular reactors, and those are in general anything less than 300 megawatts of electricity. And we do still also are moving forward on large-scale reactors, which are typically in the 1,000 megawatts or larger range. So beyond the production of electricity, these advanced reactors can decarbonize energy-intensive processes that currently rely on fossil fuels, such as hydrogen production, water desalination, district heating, petroleum refining, mineral and rare earth extraction, and fertilizer productions. These type of energy-intensive industrial processes account for a significant portion of the environmental footprint and carbon emissions in the world. Advanced reactors can drastically reduce that overall environmental burden and bring climate goals closer to reality. The flexibility and scalability of small modular reactors and microreactors make them attractive for a range of applications and provide choices to communities and end users that need a constant and reliable source of power. So the next step that we have to do right now is the development and deployment of these reactors so that we can expand our firm, reliable, clean energy production capabilities. And we at the U.S. Department of Energy are supporting the deployment of a variety of advanced reactor designs by the end of this decade. We need to be able to do that this decade. This includes both small modular reactors that are light water reactor designs and Generation 4 reactor designs as well. For example, in the state of Idaho, the Office of Nuclear Energy has supported the demonstration of the NuScale small modular reactor through the Carbon-Free Power Project. This project involves the deployment of a 6-pack of small modular reactors at Idaho National Laboratory. Additionally, the Department of Energy's Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations is supporting 2 demonstration projects that began originally in the Office of Nuclear Energy. First, we have TerraPower's Natrium reactor, which is a sodium-cooled fast reactor. It will be deployed at a retiring coal site in the state of Wyoming and will demonstrate how we can decarbonize our electricity sector while still preserving the high-paying energy jobs in the community. The second, the department is also supporting the demonstration and deployment involving X-Energy's XE100 design, which is a small modular high-temperature pebble bed gas reactor. X-Energy in this collaboration is partnering with Dow Chemical to site the demonstration at its Seadrift manufacturing facility in Texas. This will be an important demonstration of the industrial applications of nuclear energy. We are excited to see these reactors operating by the end of this decade and many others, including small modular reactors and microreactors through both public-private partnerships and some even just with purely private efforts. So let me go ahead and apologize to companies that are out there and seeing this. I can't list all the reactors that we're working with and all the developers we're working with because there's just so many of them out there. So we do expect a lot to be going on here over this next decade as we're moving forward this technology. Of course, there are hurdles on the way to the deployment. On the front end of the fuel cycle, we need secure sources of low-enriched uranium. And many of the new reactor designs require high-assay low-enriched uranium, or HALEU, for their fuel. Given the unprovoked attack on Ukraine, the world recognizes that Russia is not a reliable energy provider. We are working to reduce the dependence on Russian enrichment capabilities, including the production of high-assay low-enriched uranium. That's why we're focusing on addressing gaps in the domestic nuclear fuel supply chain for existing and advanced reactors by encouraging the expansion of domestic commercial capacity in conversion and enrichment services to assure a supply of fuel for the existing reactors and tomorrow's fleets as well. In fact, just last week, the White House submitted a budget supplemental to our U.S. Congress seeking funding to address this key issue, which has strong bipartisan support. So we're hopeful to have these resources soon to address and tackle this issue. The bottom line is this: with the bipartisan support from Congress and significant engagement by industry, DOE-led programs to mature nuclear technologies and strengthen the nuclear supply chain are enabling the commercial deployment of advanced reactors this decade. The maturation of these technologies, simultaneous with a heightened demand for energy security and climate mitigation, presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for nuclear energy to help address the many challenges we all face today. This is where y'all can play a role as the leaders in the African continent. Here, at this summit, considering whether and how nuclear fits into your energy future. Your peers will look to you at the decisions you all make as you consider when and if nuclear energy makes sense for your country. Advanced nuclear technologies are ready and are great choices for your current and future needs. An important consideration in making the decision to move forward on nuclear energy is the partner you choose. Nuclear energy is not a traditional business transaction, but it's really a 100-year relationship with the country of the technology provider. Not only is the technology part of the relationship, but so is the regulatory regime and the safety and security considerations from the country of the technology provider. That relationship is important and one that must come from a trusted partner that will not weaponize energy needs, as some countries have done so recently. In the past few years, many of you in this room have individually heard from us from our respective organizations, whether from its State Department's successful FIRST program, from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's regulatory cooperation activities, or the Department of Energy's regional clean energy training centers. Through this summit, though, I hope that we are demonstrating our seriousness in building this relationship as a team with the countries in the continent all being here together. And then again, that includes the universities, industry, national labs as well. These are all in the early stages of the discussions, and we want to continue to be engaged with you as you move toward your deployment path. And we're here to help you reach those goals. Again, as I noted earlier, you all have our full attention here. We look forward to being an honest and trusted partner, and we look forward to implementing the actions that will follow in the coming weeks based on the conversations at this summit. So again, thank you. And again, very happy to be with you here this week and happy to be collaborating with you in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Dr. Michael Goff. And if you haven't heard enough reasons why we need to be having this conversation or having this summit today, well, we're going to be telling you more. The need for nuclear. Why nuclear? Why now? So this session, and we're going to be going into our very first session, which will be preceded by a keynote address. This session we're going to be having is going to be discussing key drivers for shaping political support in addition to creating the policies and laws needed to unlock the full potential of nuclear energy in Africa on the road to clean energy transition and energy security. And to give us the keynote address before we get into the panel conversation is Ann Ganza, who is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of International Security and Non-Proliferation at the Department of State. A warm round of applause to her as she makes her way.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good morning to everyone. I'm deeply honored to be here today, and much like the speakers before me, I have to thank everyone who worked so hard to pull this conference together, and I really appreciate your all being here to attend this. I'm Ann Ganzer. As mentioned, I'm the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Security and Non-Proliferation at the Department of State. One of the first questions I always get before I get to this topic is international security and non-proliferation. What does that have to do with nuclear energy? Well, our mission in ISN is to prevent, impede, and where possible, roll back the spread of weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear and radiological, their systems of delivery, destabilizing advanced conventional weapons, and related goods and technologies. Now, if you look at it through that lens, the United States is committed to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, and the International Atomic Energy Agency and its safeguards regime. So therefore, everything to do with nuclear, because of the presence of nuclear material, falls to us in ISN. We have partner bureaus in the Department of State, such as the Bureau of Energy Resources. They deal with absolutely everything else involving energy, but we in ISN have nuclear energy. So that's why I'm the person who's here today to talk to you. Promoting and supporting nuclear energy efforts on the African continent is a priority for the United States and for ISN and the Department of State. You can already tell that because of the number of US government officials who are here. This is important to us. The title of this particular session, Why Nuclear, Why Now, gets at the very heart of why we are all here today. What has changed in the past decade or two that leads us to this question? Well, a lot of things have changed. Let's start with the first question, why nuclear? ISN focuses on international security and national security. This is at the heart of everything that we do. And we in the United States believe that energy security is national security. If your country wants energy security, you need to pursue a strategy designed to increase your energy independence, free of monopolies, foreign or domestic, and operating on free market and national security principles. You need a mix of different types of energy, and you need a mix of sources. You need renewables, you need nuclear. For a country's energy mix to be truly security enhancing, it must be sustainable and not contribute to or a loss of economic security. Countries that are pursuing nuclear energy must minimize their financial risks here by being wary of things like predatory financing and unscrupulous suppliers. A nuclear energy program creates a very long-term relationship. You must enter that relationship with reliable partners. Every nation wants and needs a diverse set of clean energy options, whether that be solar, hydro, wind, or nuclear. Nuclear is important here because it can provide that baseload power to your grid. Hydro, solar, wind, they're all important, but you need power when the sun's not shining, when the wind's not blowing. And so civil nuclear energy is an important component for meeting your energy needs. It's also important to look at your energy needs, not just now, but in the future. The need for energy is growing, and it's going to get bigger. We have smart factories coming online. We're looking at electric vehicles. We're all of these things, computer and data centers, all of these things are going to need a lot more energy. And many factors can feature in what kind of energy you need, where you need it. And energy sources are important for this. You need to have that reliable baseload power, right now generally provided by coal, sometimes by oil or gas. You cannot replace that completely with renewables. You have to have energy when those kinds of sources go offline, whether a natural disaster, a massive storm or something happens, or a human-caused event, a war, terrorism, or something else. So we've got to look at a mix of technologies to ensure consistent power. Harnessing new technologies, such as the micro and small modular reactors that Dr. Goff mentioned, can become a source of national security and energy security. We are seeing SMRs and other advanced reactors opening the door for countries that previously couldn't have a nuclear program because of the size and the scope of such programs. It is also important to note that nuclear is clean, it's safe, it's secure, it's an option for states. This is where I come in. I like to call that nuclear safety, nuclear security, nuclear safeguards, the 3 S's, as you mentioned in your program, in your speech, sir. Consideration and incorporation of all of these standards is inherent to the SMR program. They have design features that lead to their advantage of being more safe and secure technology than existing reactors. They have potential non-proliferation benefits as well. Most SMRs will be built below grade for safety and security enhancements, reducing vulnerability to sabotage and natural disaster. Every company that provides SMRs has its own safety features, its own safety solutions. So you need to talk to your vendor about what is incorporated in its program. But all of them, we have learned the lessons of the past. They are safe, they are secure, and it is important to ensure that they are safeguarded. Some are even designed to operate for extended periods without refueling. This approach is also key because it can help minimize the transportation and handling of nuclear material and reduce the risk of that material falling out of regulatory control. Another advantage is less problems with crossing borders with nuclear material, which could also be a challenge. And now, from that 3 S's, safety, security, and safeguards perspective, the issue, moving on, we can address our climate goals through this technology. This enables your country to make a transition to a green energy economy. SMRs can play a critical role in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors beyond electricity. As Dr. Goff already mentioned, there are some industrial processes that can rely on SMRs, including those that need high heat, the hydrogen production, water desalination. Through 2019, nuclear power reduced global emissions of carbon dioxide by 60 gigatons, almost 2 years' worth of global energy-related emissions. International analyses show that global installed nuclear energy capacity must triple by 2050 to achieve net zero emissions. And the International Energy Agency notes that building sustainable and clean energy systems will be harder, riskier, and more expensive without nuclear. So to go back to that first question, why nuclear? Because it is necessary. It is necessary to meet those high energy applications that are coming, and it is necessary to ensure that we can meet our climate goals and address climate change. Part of the second question, why now? Well, you can just look at the agenda for this conference to see an easy answer to why now. The technology is close. Efforts to advance United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 7, universal access to electricity by 2030, has made visible progress, but gaps are still prevalent, particularly in remote and rural regions. The increased use of renewable energy, coupled with the introduction of small modular reactors, has the potential to fill these gaps and to achieve this goal while diminishing heavy reliance on coal and non-renewable resources. SMRs are able to meet the need for flexible power generation for a wider range of users and applications, replacing aging fossil fuel plants. As I stated earlier, SMRs display enhanced safety performance through inherent and passive safety features. They also can offer better upfront capital cost affordability and are suitable for cogeneration with non-electric applications. In addition, SMRs require a much smaller footprint, so they offer options for remote regions with less developed infrastructure and the possibility for synergistic hybrid energy systems that combine nuclear with alternative energy sources, including renewables. We are at a critical juncture for both climate change and energy security. We must achieve net zero emissions by 2050 if we are to limit temperature increases below 1.5 degrees Celsius and to avoid further severe climate disruptions. Getting there will require all of us to make use of a wide range of clean energy technologies. We all need to create the energy mix that will meet our own energy needs while meeting our emissions reduction targets. COP28 is rapidly approaching and is of keen interest to everyone in this room. I encourage all the states present to join the COP28 3 times nuclear declaration, which has a headline commitment of working together to advance the global goal of tripling nuclear energy capacity from 2020 to 2050. This declaration complements other clean energy pledges for COP28 and recognizes nuclear energy's importance for power generation, decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors beyond electricity and other peaceful uses, including enhancing food security and providing potable water. One final comment on the why now question is one of great importance to me personally. This is about workforce development, development of that next generation of workers who will work in the nuclear industry. It is now critical to look ahead at the expertise that will be needed to support future nuclear power industries, whether it's a traditional plant or an SMR. Nuclear technologies require engineers, physicists, experts, but also technicians, welders, all kinds of specialists to help run and maintain these facilities. These skills are not developed overnight. This process can take years, sometimes decades. And so we need to look at the education and training needs now so that when your nuclear power plant is built, you have your own workforce that can then operate and maintain it. International and regional collaboration and cooperation is key for all countries to strengthen not only their workforce, but also their nuclear safety and security regime to support a national nuclear energy program. There's a lot of pieces you have to have in place to ensure that you can operate a safe, secure, safeguarded nuclear program. For example, working with the IAEA, ensuring you have a comprehensive safeguards agreement and additional protocol with the IAEA. Joining international instruments such as the Convention on Nuclear Safety and the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material and its amendment. These provide a basis for international cooperation, assistance, and information exchange, and provide for in-country points of contact for the exchange of information so that everyone knows who to turn to. For those who have not yet joined these conventions, I really encourage your governments to do so. It is critical that we ensure that we are all thinking about this very seriously and taking steps now to deal with this. So, to go back to that first question, why now? Because we don't have time to delay. Energy projects take a long time to develop, And we need to start now looking at all the pieces we need in place to have a successful nuclear energy program. And we need to work on making sure that we have the workforce, that all the pieces are there, so that when that plant is built, we can hit the switch and go. One final question that wasn't on the session, part of the session title, but that you may want to talk about. What is the United States doing about this? Well, you already heard some from Dr. Goff, but the answer, of course, is we're doing a lot. We're partnering with African countries on nuclear energy as a key priority for the Department of State, Department of Energy, the whole US government. And this can be seen as well by the broad representation we have here. We're seeing drivers for nuclear energy and a demand like we have never seen before. From his first day in office, President Biden made clear that addressing the climate crisis is at the center of US foreign policy and that nuclear energy is a critical part of the climate solution. We're also witnessing insecurity tied to reliance on fossil fuels. The Department of State views civil nuclear cooperation as a national security priority, and we have re-envisioned our approach to that cooperation. We've taken significant steps for a more hands-on approach, including better accessing US government financial tools to address these current challenges. We are capacity building for countries that are considering building or expanding nuclear energy programs. Early engagement is key to partnering with countries to prioritize those high standards of safety, security, and safeguards that I mentioned, and to enhancing the possibility of cooperation with the United States or other democratic suppliers. For this reason, at the 2021 Leaders Summit on Climate, President Biden launched the first program, Foundational Infrastructure for Responsible Use of Small Modular Reactor Technology, just easier to call it first. And so this is important. It's a capacity building program where we can work with you to find out where you need assistance, where we can partner on meeting those goals, having the safe, secure, safeguarded nuclear power, building the workforce of the future. In closing, let me convey my hope that through this conference and other interactions, we can have a deeper understanding of the cooperation already underway, and that together we can identify areas for future collaboration. We, on the US side, are very interested in hearing your thoughts, your priorities, your challenges, and opportunities, and how we can partner with you to advance shared, secured, safe nuclear energy and clean energy goals. It's an important conference, and I hope you will take advantage of it. I look forward to the coming panel, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Right, so a quick note, if you want to have Wi-Fi, look for Labadi Beach Wi-Fi, and you can connect to it. You don't need any passcode. Just connect directly, and the internet, it's quite reliable. All right, another reliable person, and is someone who has been commended this morning. Virtually all the speakers have commended the organizers for putting this together and the hard work they have put in. And one of them is going to come up right now to chair the next panel. She's Alicia Duncan. So if you heard Alicia's name, there she is. And she's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Nuclear Energy Policy and Cooperation in the Office of Nuclear Energy at the US Department of Energy. So she's going to take her seat and she's going to introduce her panel. Alicia.
Thank you so much, Israel. Good morning, everyone. If I might invite my panelists to the stage, Dr. Rian Baran, who's the Assistant Director of the White House's Office of Science, Technology, and Policy, Nuclear Technology and Science. Strategy, sorry. All of those words, Rian. Thank you, please. May I also invite Dr. Seth Deborah, Director of the Nuclear Power Institute of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. May I also invite John Wagner, the lab director of the Idaho National Laboratory. And may I also invite Dr. Stephen Yamoa, the CEO of Nuclear Power Ghana. And as you can see, they had to make their entrance. They couldn't just be up here and be ready. I hear there's something called Ghana time here, and I'm getting adjusted to it. I like it a lot. And I will make sure that I am no longer on time for anything, mic off, so that we can take our time and get started in a wonderful fashion. So Israel mentioned that I have worked with an amazing team to organize, along with the Commission's Nuclear Power Institute. So I'm honored to give thanks to my team specifically, and honored to start the discussion with you all today. So this session is entitled, Why Nuclear, Why Now? And one thing about me is I never do anything scripted. So these gentlemen, all doctors of something, are in for a treat. And you're going to get what Ann said, the truth. And the White House is here, and he's looking nervous already. Okay, so let's jump right in, shall we? So why don't I start with you, Seth? The question of why nuclear, why now? And often, as I have posted about this event on my LinkedIn, I've gotten comments and questions that says, is Ghana ready? And that's a question we get about a lot of countries on the African continent. I think it's really important that we go straight to the heart of the matter and really break down what I believe to be a stereotype and stigma about the readiness of African countries. So if you wouldn't mind starting us off with the question, is Ghana ready?
Thank you very much, Alicia. Good morning to everybody. Ghana was ready in the 1960s and has been ready since. And it's instructive to know that even at that time, the government, the president, and the people of Ghana were thinking about nuclear energy. Not just for energy production, not just to augment our energy requirements, but to do other things, like water production, like desalination we're talking about, like process heat for industry. Yes, we've had our challenges, but those challenges also present opportunities to us. We've been able to rack up our activities, both educationally, both policies, and I'm glad the Minister of Energy is here. Unfortunately, my minister is somewhere on another equally important appointment. And I'm glad the senior advisor also is here. We've been talking about this. We've been putting the needed infrastructure together to make sure that we are fit to put up a nuclear power program. You have the School of Nuclear and Allied Sciences. You have the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission that is doing what is required of them to make sure we are fit for such a program. So yeah, Ghana has been ready for a very long time. And I strongly believe Africa is ready for a nuclear power program or nuclear power project or nuclear power programs, let me put it that way, because of all the resources we have within the region and all the multifaceted problems that we need to solve. And we believe nuclear is one way to look at, or one way to look at solving our energy challenges or our developmental challenges in this country and on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Now, you've mentioned the senior advisor to the president, whose presence has honored us this morning with his encouraging message. You've also mentioned Minister Prempeh, who we will hear from later in the week. And then we know that there are other ministers, to include yours, and deputy ministers on the way. And I want to ask, because one of the questions is the development of political support. And Rion, we have, of course, experienced that in the United States through various administrations and political parties. And for those of you all who don't know American politics, getting the Democrats and Republicans to agree on anything could be an act of God. So, but yet there has been bilateral support for nuclear across administrations. And Rion, as a member of the administration and leader in the White House, I would ask you to speak about the consistent and continuous political support for nuclear.
Sure, thank you. All right, can everybody hear me? Great. Thank you. It is an honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to all the organizers. What a beautiful city, country. I've been here for a few days now, and truly an honor. So thank you for the question. I know you said not scripted. I do have some remarks, but I wrote these myself with some help from ChatGPT. So let's talk about consistent policy support. Let's talk about SNT, because that's the foundation for nuclear technology. So President Biden likes to say America can be defined by a single word: opportunities. And I will tell you, I know this firsthand. I am actually an immigrant from Yemen. I came to the United States 20 years ago for college to study nuclear engineering. And actually, when I was in Yemen, my father was the chairman of the Yemeni Atomic Energy Commission. And so I have a deep history in not just nuclear technology and policy, but more importantly, the understanding and need for all countries needing that clean baseload energy. So at the White House, I work in the Office of Science and Technology Policy, where we work every day to harness the power of SNT and innovation. And I'll tell you, just as a kind of breaking news, about an hour ago, the White House just published an executive order, which is the longest in history, about artificial intelligence. The president will sign it this afternoon. And it actually includes language that the United States and directs the Department of Energy to assess the potential for artificial intelligence to enable the provision of clean, affordable, reliable, resilient, and secure electric power. The point is that we have been investing in R&D early on, nuclear technology, science, all the way to AI today, to unlock the power of innovation. Just as a matter of funding, the United States, I think we spent $700 billion annually on R&D, and that's both private and public. And this has been a key component in being able to continue to establish U.S. leadership in nuclear technology. So I will unequivocally state this administration, this White House, strongly supports nuclear energy both domestically and internationally to provide reliable, always-on, emissions-free electricity and power. And the bipartisan support and investments have been historic in this administration. And the idea is to ensure U.S. technological leadership. As somebody mentioned, instead of reinventing the wheel, we know how to do this in the United States. We know how to do it safely and securely. And so the key piece is to scale up the technology deployment with a reliable partner. And the Department of Energy talked about, and the Department of State, some of the programs that we've had to help with the demonstration and deployment of these advanced reactors that are both safe, secure, safeguarded, and offer, especially in the cases of some of these new designs, versatile applications. I stole that word from the director of NEI at a speech she gave at MIT, but it's not just about affordability, which is key, but versatility, because advanced reactor technology unlocks not just the need for resilient energy, but also opens up all these other applications that are really important. And I think there's a recognition across the policy community that that is the case, and that is the case for everybody in the world. And so, as part of the administration's strategy for establishing U.S. leadership in nuclear energy, we have been in the United States expanding, enhancing international cooperation on civil nuclear energy to ensure that we support the establishment of the safe and secure, not just deployment, but the infrastructure, regulatory capacity, the safeguards and non-proliferation capacity as countries prepare for new builds, and for these, as noted by our keynote speakers, 100-year relationships that you will have with a country. So this is important. Today's advanced reactors, I mean, I think by my count, over 20 U.S. companies are geared to demonstrate and deploy nuclear reactors. And we're talking about within a decade, right? This is, I talk about this publicly and I say we're at a tipping point. But we need everybody's collective efforts here to tip. So that includes stakeholders from civil society, our industry, our government, the Department of Energy, and our international partners. And I'm so happy to see all of the folks here in the audience, and was really warmed to hear the words from our senior leaders from our host nation. I'll say kind of finally, and kind of to your question about broad administration support, not just for nuclear, but for the relationship with Ghana and with African countries. So I think the Vice President visited in March and spoke about the strong bilateral relationship between Ghana and the United States, which is based on deep cultural and historical economic ties. I had a conversation just this morning with one of your fellow participants about some of that history. And the importance of partnering closely, right, with African countries, but all countries, to ensure not just that we meet our climate goals, but our energy security. So we throw around the word energy security a lot, and let me tell you what I think energy security is. It means the lights working, right, on a bad day. And so in the United States, we're always thinking about ensuring that we are resilient against things like cyber attacks, kinetic attacks, and we've all lived through COVID, right? You think on a really, really bad bio day, enough people might not go into work, and you want the electricity to work, right? So that's energy security from a resilience perspective. But we also talk about, and Pete Askanzer and Dr. Goff talked about energy security, making sure that you're not relying on an unreliable partner. And the United States is a reliable partner for nuclear energy. And then finally, when we talk about energy security, the importance of a clean baseload, firm power, right? Nuclear energy is the highest energy density source in the world, right? You don't have to worry about clouds or the wind working, right? It is high energy density, and this was discovered, Fermi discovered it with the first nuclear reactor, right? And we're still leading the technological edge. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rian. So, John, I wanted to ask you, because we actually have in process one of the, I'll say, most known, most far ahead in the regulatory licensing process, NuScale, being demonstrated at the Idaho National Laboratory. And I think "not in my backyard" is a common phrase that people talk about for both new projects and waste. And so I think that there's an important piece that you lend to this, having joined us internationally to do stakeholder engagement, having experienced this yourself, and me having heard a lot as I have toured Africa this past year to various countries, that there's a thought process that SMRs are not safe, that SMRs are not tested and will not, as Rian has already pointed out, be ready this decade. And so I would, one, ask you to let the people know your education and experience so they know they're not just talking to some guy who they made head of a lab. And two, tell us what your experience has been both at Idaho and internationally as you have attempted to be a part of the stakeholder engagement information brigade with the United States contingent.
Thank you for that, Alicia. First, as the other speakers have said, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, so I appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today and to represent the Idaho National Laboratory in this discussion, represent broader nuclear from the United States perspective in this discussion. So yeah, I am just some guy that they found off the bus and brought in, that was supposed to be a joke. So just quickly on my background, like many of my esteemed panel members here, I've spent a lot of time in this area in education. I do have a PhD in nuclear engineering. Have worked in the nuclear research and development area for pretty much my entire career, and so have spent a lot of time understanding these issues, particularly from an R&D perspective for enabling deployment of nuclear energy. Now I have the honor of leading the Idaho National Laboratory, and within the United States system, Idaho National Laboratory is the Department of Energy's laboratory that focuses on nuclear energy. There's a very rich history in Idaho and in the Department of Energy of first developing nuclear power for peaceful applications, things like demonstrating nuclear power for electricity and other energy applications, and so much more. I represent a workforce of 6,000 employees, again in the United States, focused primarily on nuclear energy, but also critical infrastructure security, which was mentioned a few times. So a really important part of what we do. In the past, we designed, built, operated 52 reactors on our site, all part of an effort to develop different technologies, to demonstrate them, to understand them from an operational standpoint, from an economic performance standpoint, and of course from a safety and security standpoint, as was mentioned earlier. Several speakers before me made comments about safety and sort of the reputation for nuclear energy, or the thoughts that come into people's minds related to safety. Very few people understand that nuclear is actually among the absolute safest ways to generate energy. And I would encourage you all, I had no part in it, but I would encourage you all to look at something online called Our World in Data, which looked at the injuries, fatalities associated with all energy sources. And what they found is that from that standpoint, from a safety standpoint, nuclear is essentially statistically indistinguishable from wind and solar. And when I say that, a lot of people don't realize that and are surprised by that, but I didn't write it. I encourage others to look at this data. So I understand that there are concerns related to safety with nuclear because of sort of the spectacular news coverage aspects of some of the incidents that we have had. But even in most of those cases, for example, in the 3 Mile Island incident and in the incident in Fukushima, you know, no one was hurt by nuclear in the 3 Mile Island accident. And you know, many people don't realize that even in the United States, we now have 93 operating commercial power reactors. Approximately 100 gigawatts of our electricity is generated with nuclear, and no one has ever died from nuclear power in the United States. So these are things that most people don't know. Thank you. Now, I see you're probably getting anxious with me, so let me just mention real quick and circle back to, pardon me? Yeah, to NuScale and stakeholders. So I mentioned 52 reactors on our site. We're working very hard to demonstrate many reactors right now, even in this decade. Some of them are very small systems, and some of them all the way up to what we refer to as the small modular reactors. And in this case, Alicia referred to the NuScale project, NuScale is the technology developer, small modular reactor. The intention is to have 6 modules, each of 77 megawatts, for a total of 462 megawatts on our site. So we are routinely working related to our community engagement in the area. Now, I will admit, in Idaho, because of our rich nuclear history, we have a pretty receptive community. They understand nuclear issues and they're not afraid of it. So in our general area, it's not that difficult to for people to understand the safety aspects. So those usually are not the concerns. The big concern that we have in the area is that our electricity
over there that we can exploit. And so I am not surprised that a lot of African countries have turned to nuclear for security, reliability, and sustainability of their energy infrastructure. And SMR, as I see it, is one of the technologies that offers hope for the future. But then the question is, when does SMR become a proven technology? And that is something that, you know, keeps debating on and driving the decision and the direction as to when does the technology becomes proven. And this is also because there are so many of these technologies that are out there, And when you put all of them together, then it becomes even more murkier in terms of when does it become readily available, issues of regulatory, supply chain, and the safety of the technology. Safety-wise, it's not a big issue because, as I said, it's not a new technology. Obviously, nuclear technology started from small sizes. The economy of scale, then made it move to large reactors. But then we're coming back to the small size reactors. So safety-wise, it's not an issue. It's more of when the technology becomes ready. And again, talking about when the technology becomes ready, it's also about country-specific timelines. When does a country aspire to have the nuclear in their generation mix? And so, in my opinion, of course, the micro reactors and then the grid-scale reactors from different vendors, some have advanced to the stage where it is no longer a concept, but a technology ready and waiting for a client for deployment. And that comes also with the issue of cost, because it's the first of a kind, you're not certain as to how the cost build-up is going to arrive at. And nuclear will become more beneficial on the continent if and only if nuclear will bring the cost of electricity down. If nuclear is going to increase cost of electricity.
Funding of the program was very key. And that release of funds actually propelled Ghana to do whatever it's doing now and to get to the second phase of the program implementation. And it's very important that we acknowledge that as a country and even as a program, as Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, that is leading the technical aspects of the program implementation. So funding was an issue, but I think we've been able to get over that. Yes, we may not have a full-fledged funding for the program, but as and when it's needed, it's released so that things can go on, things can move on as quickly as we want it to move. One other aspect is human resource development. So we have focused on developing high-level human resources. So you have a lot of people with masters, PhD in nuclear engineering, in nuclear physics, chemistry. That is great. But there is this middle level to low level aspect of the human resource development that we are still struggling with. And every Ghanaian here will bear me out. Usually when you lay tiles or you get somebody to lay your tiles at your homes, if you don't really get somebody who is really skilled, within 5 years, the tile starts coming out. But we refuse to see that the people need to be trained. They need a certain qualification to be able to do what they need to do. And that's why we need to get back to our trade schools. We need to get back to our vocational schools. Get them to a certain place of certification where we can send them to specialized areas like nuclear, like the oil industry. We have welders in Africa, in Ghana, but we don't have certified welders or as many as we want in the country. Nuclear is going to take a lot of concrete. We have masons around, but are they qualified masons? That's some things we need to ask ourselves. And at the program level, I don't see we have those qualified people. When today we are starting a nuclear program, we need to import a lot of these skills into the country. And that's why Anganza mentioned the issue of human resource development. We are working with DOE on human resource development, but we are not focusing on the high level expertise, but we're focusing on the middle and low level expertise. You need people who will paint the nuclear power plant. It needs paint. And even in painting, there is certification in painting. It's not everybody that you just go and take and then start painting a nuclear power plant. It's impossible. You cannot do those things. So it's a place we are trying our possible best, working with international collaborators, international institutions, to make sure we can develop those areas of expertise. And as our Minister of Senior Advisor to the President said, we have a teeming youth population. This is a very young country. I don't want to mention any other country, but when you look at other countries, you can see that they have more older people than young people. In Africa, in Ghana, it's different. And we need to put these young minds, young spirited people to work. And what better way to do that is actually look for a stream where they are not just looking for university certification, but they are looking for a skill set that will be able to build this country. And I know I'm very young, forget about this beard. In the 60s, and I've read a lot about our history, in the 60s, we built skilled people. We had industries where people were working in these industries. And that's an area we need to focus on. Can I have the third one?
I don't know, because we said we were going to tell the truth, and you said you were very young, so I think we might want to hold. Can we just hold on you? Thank you. So, Rion, might I come to you, sir? I've mentioned the importance and power of the administrations being aligned. Going back a few administrations, and we saw multiple dedicated pieces of legislation being passed in support of nuclear development, expansion, R&D. And so I know that as folks think about what they need to do to sort of organize political support and policies, sometimes the breadth of organization might be daunting because there are so many different entities, even within just government agencies, that need to be aligned and supportive of a solution. And Ann Ganser and Mike Goff have both thanked and acknowledged the breadth of government agencies, industries, NGOs, industry associations, national laboratories, academic institutions, all of those that play a part in being champions and pushing policies forward. And I'm wondering, from your perspective in this current administration, what have you seen as one of the most valuable assets and pros about having leadership at the highest level of the president's office in championing nuclear energy as a critical piece of a climate policy as well as energy security policy? And how does that leadership from the very top help to galvanize all of the other pieces of the pie that feed into supporting nuclear?
Sure, and thank you for the question. Before I answer that, I just want to kind of foot stomp what my colleague said about the technical viability of advanced nuclear technology, including SMRs, was proven decades ago, right? When Fermi stacked the pile and we got the first criticality, we understood that we could make small reactors out of this, and we did. And so the technical viability has never been a question. And when I say we're at a tipping point, what I'm talking about is commercial viability. It's the affordability piece, right? Because in the past couple of years, but in the lead up to the next 4, 5 to 10 years, we were finally able to, and a lot of it with government support, do those public-private partnerships to build that first of a kind, right? Because sometimes industry doesn't want to take on that risk, but the technical viability has been proven. So it's really about commercial viability. And we're getting close, and we're doing everything that we can, right, to include, as Peter Askoff mentioned, securing the supply chain, recognizing the recent White House request for funding to establish a long-term domestic uranium enrichment capability. But it's not just uranium as part of the supply chain. I mean, we're going to have the same workforce issues that you mentioned. If you read the DOE's, the Department of Energy published a commercial liftoff report for nuclear, and to be able to get to 200 gigawatts by 2050, the workforce number that the United States needs at all levels, to your point, is going to be significant. And so kind of what I want to note is, one, the technical viability is there. The commercial viability is coming, right? It's a matter of time. It's not just about demonstrating first of a kind, but you're seeing also, even without government support, consortia coming together. Multiple countries partnering on committing to adopting, for example, a reactor technology to de-risk the times associated with coming up with a standard design. So I would encourage you all to think about, the technical viability is there, the commercial viability is right around the corner, and so now is the time to partner also with other countries and think about how to de-risk and how to enhance the supply chain collectively. So thank you for letting me comment on that. So on the top-down leadership, I think I will say, for the first time in my career, the bipartisan support, but more importantly, kind of the general acceptance within governments of the fact that nuclear energy is what is needed to meet our climate and national security and global security goals collectively, right? So it has been relatively easy to get support from the top because everybody thinks that this is the solution. And you'll see that, that leadership from the top is being implemented really in a way that I've never seen. The collaboration between the Department of Energy and the State Department is the best it's ever been. And the programs that both agencies are executing across the world is really enabling this tipping point. And so, I think that is, both enabled by a broader strategy that the administration has, but more importantly, the implementation is happening by great leaders, including the ones that you saw today in the keynote. And so I am so happy to, see the broad support in recognizing that this is the solution for our climate crisis. This is the solution for our energy security. This is the solution for our national security. And more importantly, as a nuclear scientist, a PhD nuclear engineer, from a technology perspective, it is quite exciting to see this decades of S&T that we've collectively put in being realized in the form of clean baseload energy for the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you, Rian. Now, as we draw down in our last few minutes in single digits, we're in the single digits of our time now, I do want to highlight continue to underscore the importance of leadership. And as we prepared to put our all-star cast, if you will, from the United States together, one of the things that I was very keen on the government, industry, academia, and laboratory side was really bringing some bold voices out. And it was so important to me that I actually offered up not only the firstborn, but the secondborn. I didn't get any takers, but at least the people came out. Because I think at this moment in time, we really have to be bold in our speaking about nuclear, but more importantly in our action about nuclear. And that's why I'm so grateful to Exim Chair Rita Jo Lewis, Maria Korsnick, Todd Abrajano, of course my friend Annie Ganser, my boss Michael Goff, so all complaints funnel to him, the White House, Rian, because what we're saying about nuclear, we have to speak boldly and move boldly. So following that theme of bold leadership, John, I turn to you and I ask you, just in terms of how we've been able to gain and keep and accelerate momentum in the United States, and you having been a part of our efforts internationally, what would you say to leadership that could be in the government, career folks, or in political realm, or leading industry associations around the world, et cetera? what messaging would you give to those leaders as they are thinking about all that they will have to do to galvanize the type of support that we have in the United States? What would your message be to those people?
It's almost the message that you already said, and that is be bold. I am not young.
Thank you for telling the truth, John.
I have been, it's been about 30 years, a little more, since I've got my undergraduate in nuclear engineering. So I've watched a nuclear energy industry in the United States and beyond, but my reference point is primarily the United States, that has not been bold. And as a result, we just now very recently built our first new commercial reactor in over 3 decades. These things are not easy. They're large projects. There are questions. We know the first of kind are going to be more expensive, and we've got to work through that. But as Seth said, this is not a new technology. Even the Generation 4 technologies that we speak of were demonstrated back in the 60s. So we know how to do this. We just need to get after doing it. And to do that, we have to be bold, and we have to be very intentional in what it is we're trying to accomplish. I can speak at the laboratory when we started saying, and I was not alone in this, we need to build these things so that people can see what do they look like and what do they cost and understand that. And so we've taken some pretty bold steps, I would say, to demonstrate microreactors. We've set aggressive targets. We are working towards 2 new nuclear systems by 2025. It's almost 2024. The clock is ticking. Our nation, nations around the world need clean, non-carbon emitting electricity, and they need it now. And this is not going to happen if we don't move out very deliberately, very boldly, and question even regulatory aspects and things that we've done in the past that are holding us back. And so maybe I'll just leave it right there.
Thank you so much, John. For those that noticed, John has on some special INL nuclear socks. So that will give you one extra reason to reach out to John Wagner, because those nuclear socks are a hot item. All right, so in our final 5 minutes, Archie, our 5-minute warning, in our final 5 minutes, Stephen, I'm gonna let you go first, because I know Seth is just gonna talk, way past my time frame. So I'm gonna let you go first, Stephen. I'm gonna give you all, as our host, the last word. So, Stephen, one of the things that I know that you have done a phenomenal job in as your role of CEO of Nuclear Power Ghana and work with Sethan at the Nuclear Power Institute is really bringing and supporting the infusion and integration of not only youth, but the diversity of thought that youth bring as we all work together to solve this complex journey to nuclear readiness. So would you please talk briefly about why this is a priority for you and some of the important things, opportunities that you have supported for the young staff that you're bringing into Nuclear Power Ghana?
Yeah, thank you. So we just talked about leadership and sustainability. And it is important that as current leaders, we ensure that when we exit, there will be readily prepared leadership to take over from others. And leadership both at the technical level and of course also at the political level is very important. I must say that I'm fortunate to have my minister who has been very supportive and pushing this nuclear agenda. I'm not saying that because he's here. I mean,
but you're a smart man. So
it's a fact, and senior advisor also alluded to that fact. At our level, we also try and ensure that we engage, our young ones in everything that we do. Challenging them to make sure that they take up very bold steps, in filling our shoes. Seth said he's a young guy. See my beard. I'm an old guy. Very soon I will exit the system. But I'm confident that the group that I work with, they have vast experience. Some have been operating thermal reactors, hydro, and of course, with nuclear professional background. So we make sure we bring them along in everything that we do to ensure that when we are not there, they can take over the mantle. Otherwise, the sustainability of our program becomes a challenge. So we have very good, committed young ones who are, working with us in ensuring that when we are not there, they can also run the nuclear agenda. That is how we came into the leadership role. We learned from others. I served under different people, and I'm in a capacity now as the executive director of Nuclear Power Ghana. And so we involved a whole lot of people in everything that we do to ensure that we have very sustainability arrangements as we move on in our nuclear journey.
Thank you, Stephen. So, Seth, I am going to pose the last question to you. And I do believe I'm supposed to have the panel stay put after we close the session on the stage. So please don't hop up and run off. So Seth, for the folks who do not know, the Nuclear Power Institute under the Commission, under the Ministry of Energy, have worked with the Department of Energy and our colleagues in the U.S. government, industry, academia, and laboratories to put this event on. And so, Seth, as we talked about this event, I don't know how many years ago we started, but here we are, and the room is now full at 10:46, let's note that. So, Seth, please tell me why it was important that this be done in Ghana, and going from this moment of this not just being the first U.S.-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit, what would you hope to see from this event as a consistent continuation of our work together on this critical issue? And you have only, Seth, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will try and make use of the 2 minutes. What I'm looking out for and why we've been pushing this agenda, I think it's obvious. Just look at the number of people in this room from various industries. I mean, Ryan is here. You have John is here. You have John here. You have ministers of state here. So, this is what we've been waiting for. People thought Africa is not ready, and I can tell you for a fact, even for the US, I've seen the first reactor that was built. It was lead blocks that were used to actually contain the radioactivity. So we started from somewhere, and getting all the people here to talk about nuclear, basic fact, is to bring focus to Ghana and to Africa, and make sure that we say this on this continent, that we are ready to move on with our nuclear agenda. Thank you very much.
So I believe Archie has something that I'm supposed to present. Does anybody have eyes on Archie? Okay, is he ready? Give me a thumbs up or no. He's ready? Okay. And while we're waiting for that to arrive, I noticed that Commissioner David Wright from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has joined the room, a dear friend, and like the person sitting next to you, Chairwoman Rita Jo Lewis of Exim Bank, I am honored that you both took the time to come, and I've already mentioned Ann Ganser, my boss, again, all complaints funnel to him, Mike Goff, Moving on down to Maria and Todd, representing both USNIC and Nuclear Energy Institute, our NGOs from Atlantic Council who will be streaming some of our sessions, academia. I see Lee Petticourt and Lisa Marshall. I'd want all of our industry company representatives to raise their hand so folks know who you are. And you will hear more from them directly. I know we have Commerce is also here. We have Spec Carey's office represented here. I hope I didn't forget anyone. And I do thank again John Wagner, the Idaho National Laboratory. I thank Stephen from Nuclear Power Ghana, Seth from the GAIAC Nuclear Power Institute, and Rian from the White House Office of Science, Technology, and Policy. And with that, if we could bring...
So thank you very much, Alicia. What's going to happen is you're going to step down for the group photographs, and then the presentation is going to be made. So...
Thank you. And I think I'm supposed to invite you, Ann, to come back since you were our keynote speaker.
Right, so Anganza will come here and give the concluding remarks. Meanwhile, we'll have the group photograph here. All right. Okay. So I'm going to invite Professor Samuel Dampare of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. He has a presentation for you here in Ghana. We'd like to show some appreciation for all the great stuff you're doing, the insights you shared with us. So, yeah, Prof. A microphone, okay.
Thank you very much, Israel. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning. My task here is very simple, to appreciate the good work our colleagues here have done, starting from our keynote speaker, that is Anne, then Alicia Duncan, our moderator, then we have Ryan, we have John, Seth, and then Stephen. We've done a very good job, and we want to appreciate you. What we have here is a stool, and it's very special in a Ghanaian context. The stool here is a symbol of royalty. In the account customs, what it symbolizes is royalty, as I said, and the kings and queens in the time past used to sit on it when they are in their palace. So we want to thank you so much for what you have done, and we have this for you. Thank you.
So all this to show appreciation for the moderator and the panelists. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Dampare. Now, after this, we're going to step out for a group photo. And that brings us to the end of our first session. We'll take the coffee break after that. So let's head out for the group photo outside. because there's going to be a lot more. So we're taking a break, and we're coming back at 11:20 for the second session.
lead in the mix.
All right, good morning and welcome to the second session of the US-Africa Nuclear Energy Summit. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. You all enjoyed your coffee break, right? All right, great. I'd love to have those of you sitting at the rear to move and fill in the seats up to the second row, please, so that we can have the session. Some of you are too far back, too far behind, so if you could move in. It's only the first two rows that are reserved. Please, all other seats, let's fill them up so we can have our session. All right, once we've done that, we're moving on to the very next session, which is the second session of the summit, and which is going to focus on nuclear power in the US, over 60 years of US nuclear power and beyond. So this session is going to focus on the establishment of a framework for the safe, secure, and sustainable use of nuclear energy, lessons learned from a mature nuclear industry and regulator. As you can see, the panelists are already seated, but we're going to have a keynote speaker. And Maria Kosnick is going to speak to that. She's the president and chief executive officer of the Nuclear Energy Institute. Welcome her with a round of applause as she makes her way up here.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. As he said, I'm Maria Korsnick, President and CEO of the Nuclear Energy Institute. We're a policy organization for the commercial nuclear energy technology industry, and we're located in Washington, D.C. We represent more than 340 organizations across the nuclear industry, which directly employs nearly 100,000 people. I'm fortunate to have the opportunity to speak with people around the world about how nuclear energy is a critical component of our clean energy future, one that provides all of us with clean, reliable, affordable power. And I know nuclear from the inside, as an engineer, as an operator, as a site vice president, and as a chief nuclear officer. I have more than 35 years of experience with this industry, and I'm happy to share my enthusiasm for what it can bring to you. I talk with government officials, leaders of utilities, founders of innovative companies, the kinds of decision makers who are gathered in this room, and our goal is to find out how next generation nuclear technologies can meet a country's specific clean energy needs. In fact, later today, you're going to hear from Rita Jo Lewis, representing the U.S. Export-Import Bank. And that bank will play a major diplomatic role in helping to finance and turn your nuclear projects into reality. I can tell you from these conversations that demand for nuclear energy is surging around the world. By hosting this summit, you're joining a global chorus of voices that are interested in this clean, reliable, efficient source of power. Only now, African nations can do more than follow the global clean energy transition. You are in a position to be a leader, and that's the spirit of ambition that I've seen from the Ghana delegation in recent years at the IAEA General Conference in Vienna. I share your enthusiasm, and today my message is simple. The U.S. industry stands ready as your partner for nuclear development. When I talk about building the next generation, I often receive is, Why now? And that answer can be summed up in a single word: demand. Communities are demanding affordable, reliable, clean energy. Utilities are demanding clean sources of electricity that can power those communities all day, every day, year after year. And businesses are demanding versatile technologies that can fuel their operations while reducing their carbon footprint. Elected leaders are demanding reliable and affordable options that lead to energy independence and good-paying jobs. And when you add all of that up, these demands all point to one place: clean nuclear energy. And that's why we see public attitudes shifting rapidly in favor of nuclear. This year, a groundbreaking survey of public opinion across 8 countries found that supporters of nuclear outnumber opponents 5 to 1. Just as importantly, nuclear enjoys support across political party lines. There's a clear trend. The more people know about nuclear, the more they want to build it. As a result, momentum for nuclear projects is growing around the world, including right here in Africa. And as you're probably aware, the US recently announced support for a small modular nuclear reactor regional training hub for SMRs in Ghana. This will enhance the nuclear workforce development across the region by introducing an SMR control room simulator, university partnerships, and academic exchanges. The partnership between the U.S. Department of Energy and the Nuclear Power Institute of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission is just the start. Nuclear Power Ghana recently announced plans to build and operate the country's first nuclear facility by 2030. A relationship with the U.S. industry can grow into an advanced nuclear fleet that opens opportunities for Ghana on the global stage. Nuclear development can improve access to reliable electricity, increase energy independence, and spur economic growth. It can offer much-needed solutions to Ghana and Africa as a whole. And it's more than just electricity. It can produce high-temperature steam or hydrogen. But let's start with electricity. Fundamentally, we need to decarbonize our grids while meeting unprecedented demand for electricity. Right now, 600 million people in Africa, over 43% of the population, lack access to electricity, most of them in sub-Saharan African countries like Ghana, Kenya, and Rwanda. And they're rapidly trying to achieve universal access to electricity by 2030. Next-generation nuclear reactors can meet this demand while emitting zero carbon and eliminating the deadly air pollution that comes from burning fossil fuels. New nuclear reactors will come in all sizes, makes, and models. They will be simpler and more versatile than their predecessors, offering possibilities for service at any scale. Large reactors offer cities a way to transition away from fossil fuels, while smaller reactors can serve rural areas that need smaller but dedicated sources of power. Building them reduces reliance on foreign energy sources. And as a warming planet squeezes supply of fresh water, advanced reactors can power large-scale desalination plants. They'll be able to produce clean drinking water entirely with clean energy. At the same time, these next-generation designs include models that don't rely on as much water to stay cool and to function. Among other benefits, it means these reactors could be built much further away from major water sources. And finally, nuclear is an engine for economic growth. Building reactors creates highly skilled, high-paying jobs, not just during initial construction, but over the 60-plus year life of the plant. in the United States, constructing and operating nuclear plants will support hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of good-paying jobs in the next decade alone. There's no question that nuclear development is a wise option. There's also no question that you have options when it comes to partners. And I'll be frank, choosing the United States industry offers advantages that you just can't get from anyone else. First, we have an unprecedented track record of success in operations, technology, and safety. The U.S. nuclear fleet is the largest source of clean, reliable energy anywhere in the world. Our current reactors are carbon-free powerhouses. Nuclear energy accounts for roughly 20% of the total U.S. electricity generation. Our 93 reactors provide almost half of our carbon-free electricity, and they do it with remarkable efficiency. We're also completely committed to next-generation reactors. The Department of Energy estimates that U.S. nuclear capacity would triple by 2050, which translates to hundreds of new reactors. U.S. companies are at the forefront of designing next-generation reactors and bringing them online. So when you partner with U.S. industry, you can have access to unparalleled technology and expertise. And you can also have full confidence in the safety of U.S. designs. Certification by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is the global gold standard, which is why approval in the U.S. often paves the way for approval in other countries. We share these standards through regulatory cooperation with our partners, and that includes our best-in-class protocols for storing spent fuel, as well as decommissioning reactors at the end of their lives. Second, nuclear energy in the United States enjoys deep support in the White House, in Congress, and at our state level. 10 years ago, we were worried about reactors closing before the end of their useful lives. Now, that conversation has changed completely. States like Illinois and California have acted to keep their nuclear. Instead of preparing to close reactors, more than 90% of operators plan to extend their lives. Our survey shows that companies plan to extend their operating licenses from 60 to 80 years. That widespread momentum makes the U.S. industry a reliable partner year to year and election to election. And third, our model of development prioritizes true partnership. Rather than importing labor to build reactors, we build expertise in the communities where we work. Examples include training centers in Romania, as well as right here in Ghana. Our approach is to train people for highly skilled jobs and bolster domestic supply chain. That sets the stage for broader economic growth. The U.S. industry won't seek to weaponize energy production or trap partners in a cycle of debt. We want real partnerships that lead to real energy independence and security. I've seen nuclear from every vantage point, and I couldn't be prouder of our industry. I've seen young college graduates build incredible careers. I've seen communities transformed by an influx of funding. I've seen a generation of well-paid, highly skilled workers build an economic engine that will last half a century or more. If you partner with us to build advanced nuclear technology, you'll see that very same thing. From rising electricity demand to decarbonization and desalinization, nuclear should be part of the solution, and you can help lead the way. I can't wait to begin this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm delighted to begin this panel discussion. I'm Jennifer Gordon, and I'm the director of the Atlantic Council's Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative. And on behalf of the Atlantic Council, I want to thank the U.S. Department of Energy, the Office of Nuclear Energy, and especially Deputy Assistant Secretary Alicia Duncan for bringing us here, inviting the Atlantic Council to play a role, And I would also like to thank the Nuclear Power Institute of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. I'd like to welcome and thank our in-person audience and also give a shout out to our virtual audience, which is watching our live stream at AC Global Energy and on Atlantic Council TV, ACTV. And now I'm delighted to introduce our panel. Dr. Mike Goff, who is Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Office of Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. The Honorable Dr. Rita Baranwal, who is Senior Vice President AP 300 at Westinghouse. Ms. Maria Korsnick, President and Chief Executive Officer at the Nuclear Energy Institute. And the Honorable David A. Wright, who is Commissioner at the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So I'd like to start by talking a little bit about the ecosystem of nuclear energy in the United States, and then we'll move into what we can do, what the U.S. nuclear energy industry can do in the world. But Dr. Goff, I'd like to begin with you. Give us, if you will, a brief overview of the role of the Office of Nuclear Energy in leading the research, development, and deployment for nuclear energy, both at home and abroad. I know that's a big question, to be brief.
Thanks very much for the question, but a good question. The one thing I'll note is there's been kind of a shift in what we focused on a lot in the Department of Energy, especially over the last 10 years. We've always been a powerhouse focusing on the research and development type activities, and that's, and delivered on a number of great technologies. But with the really need to, get clean energy to the grid, there's been much more of a focus now on the demonstration and deployment. In fact, the Secretary of Energy does continually say, her mantra is, the purpose of us is to deploy, deploy, deploy. So there's been much more of a focus on that within the Office of Nuclear Energy. So where we're doing work right now at all technology readiness levels, doing public-private partnerships with industry, including being able to go forward with demonstrations of technology to get electrons to the grid this decade. So there's been a much more push on that with the public-private partnerships, getting the resources of the national labs and the government to industry to be able to move forward on that. I'll say also there's been a similar shift in our engagement internationally in deployment of technologies. In the past, we've always been an advocate for our industry, but we have recognized more and more, the industry in the U.S. is a private industry, and it's competing largely against state-owned enterprises. So we have now gotten more and more engaged from the government perspective, and thus all the people we have present here from the government to be an advocate for helping to establish the partnerships to export the U.S. technology as well. Whether it's establishing stuff like the clean energy training centers to do capacity building, but we want to be a partner with our industry, with different countries as we look to export this technology. So much more of a focus to do something and deliver electrons or power to the grid, period.
Dr. Goff, thank you so much. And I think the deploy, deploy, deploy theme is one that we're going to hear throughout this panel in the next several days. Dr. Baranwal, I want to go to you because you have served as Assistant Secretary for Nuclear Energy at DOE, and you are currently leading the development of Westinghouse's AP 300. So I think you have the vantage point of both government and industry. Talk to us a little bit about what that relationship is like and what ideal cooperation between government and industry should look like.
So thank you, Jennifer, for having me. Thank you to the Ghanaian Atomic Energy Commission and the U.S. Department of Energy for hosting this. It's wonderful to be here and see friends in the audience as well as new faces. That, to me, is very, very inspiring. And to your question, Jennifer, on what is important about private-public partnerships, Mike talked about it a little bit, but certainly funding is important. Getting some government funding to back a technology is important for several reasons. One, it provides that initial seed that is necessary to start research and development. But then it also sends a level of, it's a signal, it sends a level of confidence in that technology, and that spurs additional investments from private investors, which, as Dr. Goff talked about, in the US, we compete against state-owned enterprises. And so to have that private investment spurred by government support is very, very important. From my prior role, I did see the benefits of providing government funding to private entities. It is helping private firms commercialize their technology faster, and you'll hear I think, from some of us on Wednesday on those accelerations. But it is very important to have that collaboration. Let me speak very briefly about the regulatory collaboration as well as state and commerce, because I know we've got a professional that can speak about it much better than I. But it is really important to have the regulatory advice and support that is needed from other regulatory agencies when a country is deploying new nuclear. It is important to have the advocacy from commerce and the relationships with State Department as well as you go about deploying new nuclear. So all of those different agencies play a key role in deploying new nuclear technology in countries outside the US and here especially in Ghana. Thanks.
Dr. Barronwell, thank you so much, and really appreciate the focus on the funding piece of this and what government can do, and also on the regulatory piece. And Ms. Korsnick, we of course heard from you just a moment ago about this incredible moment that the nuclear energy industry is in, I think, in the United States and also worldwide. And I want to ask you, because we're enjoying such a great moment in the U.S. With a recognition of the role of nuclear for climate, also bipartisan support in the United States for nuclear energy, what does that mean for U.S. exports into the global market?
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. Well, my microphone's mad. Thanks for the question. Yeah, we're at an unprecedented time for nuclear power, as you mentioned. Often we say we're at an inflection point for nuclear. Even over just the last few years, you can see at both a federal level and a state level in the United States a rising support for nuclear. What's wonderful about that is, and you heard earlier today somebody from our national lab talking about nuclear, and they have been continuing to work with nuclear over the last decade plus. So we have all these innovations in the pipeline, if you will, ready to come out of the collaboration between national labs and the private sector, and all these great ideas are ready to be commercialized. So from that opportunity, you have things happening in the United States which will then eagerly be able to be sent around the world. And what's great about it, you heard it from many others, nuclear's just not big anymore. It's big, it's medium, it's small, it's very small. And so where you didn't think nuclear might have been a solution in the past, nuclear can be that solution. And it's just a wonderful opportunity to really see sort of this new phase of nuclear at a time when people are really looking for that carbon-free answer. You want it highly reliable, you want it carbon-free, you want it affordable. There's really no real solution that does not work through nuclear power.
Ms. Korsnick, thank you so much. And I want to go, Commissioner Wright, to you, because I think that the regulatory piece is really the key to unlocking the next generation of advanced reactors. It's the key to deploying globally and at scale. So tell us, as you look to license this next generation, what is working well, and are there additional opportunities to increase the licensing process?
Yeah, same gun, it sounds like. So, Jen, thank you for the question. It's a new day in nuclear, right? We're not doing big plants that are all different. Now we're looking like when the small reactors come along, they might be more standardized so that we can get things moving quicker. So it's really important right off that we engage early with any stakeholder, any potential vendor, licensee that needs our approval for anything, that we get them into the NRC early, that we find out anything that might be new and novel that we maybe aren't prepared for. So that communication part of that is really, really important. Then on top of that, we've got I think with the larger reactors, things are moving slower usually because they're all one-offs. But with the new ones, things seem to be going better. We've been working really close with Kairos and Abilene Christian with a test reactor that they're getting ready to build, and NuScale, obviously, we've gone through the process with and are they're about ready to go. so I think that from that perspective, we're doing a pretty good job. I've been hearing in the meetings that I've had with potential licensees and from trade associations and NGOs that are coming in, that the pre-application talks are going very well. But there's more that we can do. We can always be better. We've got to be more efficient, and we've got to be as transparent as we can be. And the NRC, we've got to, that's a hard thing for us because they've been siloed for so long and think that, they don't have to talk to anybody, but they do, right? To get out of this no consulting mindset that we're in, it's okay to consult because it's okay to tell a licensee what you need in order to make a decision. You don't have to tell them how to do it, but you got to tell them what they need. Otherwise, you're just playing a game of hide the rock and bring me another rock. So I think that there's a lot that we can do there to get better. And we found that those times that we don't consult, when we do the consulting in the way that it's supposed to be done, we get good outcomes, right? We use audits instead of RAIs, and it's just a more efficient process. So.
Commissioner Wright, thank you so much. And I want to stay on this theme of the next generation of advanced reactors. And Dr. Goff, I'd like to go to you because we started off this month in Alaska, in Anchorage, talking about microreactors. It was a little colder there than it is here. But what are some of the specific applications that you see for nuclear energy in Ghana and in other African countries, again, perhaps looking beyond the grid?
That's an insightful question tying it to Alaska. Because in spite of the differences in climate, which I'll note I had 10 centimeters of snow fall on me while I was in Alaska, a month ago versus being here now. But there were amazing similarities between the two systems. Alaska, if you're not familiar with our geography, Alaska is in the northwest corner of the continent, disconnected from the rest of the lower 48 states, kind of. So it has its own grid along the rail belt, they call it. And their grid is on the order of something less than 2,000 megawatts. So a relatively small grid. So in the past, as Maria noted, nuclear wasn't always available in sizes and stuff like that for different entities. They're in a similar situation to a lot of the African countries that now you may not be looking at a gigawatt of power, which Alaska can't handle a gigawatt of power. They're looking at more something that can fit into this 2,000 megawatt grid or go to remote communities. So now there is much more openness with being able to deploy small modular reactors, something less than the 300 megawatt size, but also a lot of the micro reactors. And similar to the studies we're doing there, they're looking at being deployed for remote communities to provide very resilient power, but also be able to provide power to spur industry, to spur the mining industry. Mines use on the order of 5, 10 megawatts of power. You can deploy these microreactors to power those industries. They're also looking at for district heating, for desalination. So it's really interesting the parallels between a lot of the African countries and Alaska that we're looking at trying to exploit nuclear technology there that I think we can learn from those things to apply to the continent here as well now. So.
When you're talking about the mines using and mining technologies using power, right now the power is primarily coming from diesel, correct?
That's right. So again, would be looking at replacing fossil fuels, whether it's diesel, oil, or coal, with a clean power source and a clean, very reliable, in many cases with the microreactors, multi-year power source for these remote applications or applications that need very resilient power for your critical infrastructure, for universities, so.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And Dr. Barenwal, I remember earlier this year reading the press release about the AP300, which for those of you, if anyone here has not seen it, there's a schematic drawing of the AP300 fitting into 1/4 of the size of a football field. So I thought that was really exciting, but even more exciting was when I saw your name next to it. So that was fantastic. And I'd like to ask you, talk a little bit about where the AP300 fits into the nuclear energy ecosystem in the United States and eventually in the global market.
Great, thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, so I'm really proud to lead the deployment of our AP300 small modular reactor. It is a 300 megawatt electric reactor, and it's derived from our AP1000, which is a gigawatt-sized reactor. Dr. Wagner alluded to the first new nuclear build in the United States in decades, and that is indeed an AP1000 reactor. And the second one is due to come online in several weeks here, so we're very much looking forward to that. The reason I bring up AP1000 is that it is certainly licensed, constructed, and operating, not only in the United States, but also there are 4 reactors in China that have been successfully operating and also providing record-breaking performance, which is a testament to that design. So AP300 is a smaller version of AP1000, and the reason that we launched it in May, one of the questions I often get is, Westinghouse, you're late to the party. And I respond to that, well, we might be late to the party, but we might actually get to the finish line first, because we are working with a design that has already, at a larger scale, been licensed by not only the USNRC, but also the regulatory authority in the UK, as well as in China. And as I just mentioned, they've already been constructed and operating very successfully. The breadth of reactors that Westinghouse offers is essentially trying to address the market that we've already talked about today. We have our eVinci small micro reactor, which is a small 5 megawatt reactor, all the way up to the gigawatt-sized AP1000. AP300 fits nicely in the middle, and so it really comes down to what a community needs in terms of output, not only for electricity, but as we've heard, desalination, process heat, district heating. And let me just end with, in terms of district heating, our AP1000 is the first demonstration of district heating that's being used in China from nuclear power. So it's the first example of that use. And we're very much looking forward to AP300 also providing that type of versatility. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I think something that I've been saying recently is that I believe truly that there is a nuclear reactor out there for everyone. And I think you just demonstrated that point. So sticking on this idea of going, how do we go from Alaska to Ghana, or as some of our colleagues at the Idaho National Laboratory like to say, how do we move from regional to global markets? Ms. Korsnick, I'd like to go back to you. Where do you see the most promising emerging markets globally, especially if you could speak specifically to some of the countries in Africa?
Excellent. Well, thanks. I would say initially where we're seeing a lot of interest is in Canada and sort of Middle and Eastern Europe. And for lots of reasons, you could imagine if you were in Europe and you just experienced what they have, which is a cutoff of natural gas from Russia after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It really brought energy security to the forefront. And you know, it really synthesized, I think, in countries' minds that it does matter who you do business with. And so I think for a lot of those reasons, there are countries that are very much deciding that if they have nuclear today, they want it to keep going and they want more of it. And if they don't have nuclear today, they want some. And so I think you'll see a very, very large demand. Of course, that same conversation is playing in Africa that says, hey, we also want energy security and we also would like climate security. And again, nuclear becomes, you know, a very interesting topic here. I think Egypt just recently completed a reactor, as well as did Turkey, and so I think there are folks that are, you know, sort of already interested in using nuclear, and you know, I think we see with all of the different makes and models that have been talked about. We see the African continent, all the countries really, a natural fit for, depends on what they want, but there's going to be sort of a make and model that's sort of just right for any of the countries here in Africa to use. And so, again, what we'd really like to reinforce is it does matter who you do business with. And when you do business with nuclear, you're forming long-term strategic relationships. And that's really what the United States is interested in, is forming those long-term strategic relationships where you are the winner, you get the jobs, you learn the technology, and we're very eager to do business here. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Korsnick. I think if I were to do one pull quote from this panel so far, it would be that it matters who you do business with. And one of the things that we always say in the United States is that we have the highest standards in safety, security, non-proliferation. But Commissioner Wright, I was hoping that you could take that phrase, the highest standard in safety, security, non-proliferation, and pull it apart, unpack it a little bit for us. Tell us what that actually means in practice if you were to be a buyer country.
Thank you for the question. So we're an independent agency, the NRC in the United States, and our mission is quite simple. It's reasonable assurance of adequate protection of public health and safety, and to promote the common defense and security, and to protect the environment. No more, no less, right? But it's a critical thing. I mean, we don't take that role lightly at all. We look at everything from any applicant, any reactor design that comes before us. Everything about the safety systems are broken down, and we look at specific materials and how they're going to behave in that environment. We look at the quality assurance programs, and we give detailed reviews to about anything and everything that goes on, right down to the security part of the build. We want to make sure that all of their systems and all of the programs meet what our exacting standards are at the NRC. And they are difficult, but they're fair. As for nuclear non-proliferation, we are huge. That we don't want that to happen, right? We want to keep the world safe, and so we're absolutely dedicated to our mission. So when we license something, they're safe, they're secure, and they're ready to go be built. Now, the rest of the panel up here can talk to the business side of things. I don't really talk to the business side of things, but it does matter who you do business with. And if I could just add something to this that's different than the business side, it's in the safety side. And your countries and your nuclear programs here, you're going to have to inspect. You're going to have to go through all of this program from the minute you break ground until you tear that plant down many years from now, many decades. So the United States and the NRC stands ready to do business with you, to help train, to help provide the expertise that you might need to get your program where it needs to be in order to be a good regulatory operation. So I just throw that out there.
Commissioner Wright, thank you so much. And I want to move a little bit into talking again and staying perhaps more focused on the international space. Dr. Goff, the United States has exported nuclear energy for nearly as long as we've had a domestic industry. And as you've mentioned, I think, and other speakers as well have mentioned earlier today, the United States right now is competing in the export market against state-owned enterprises, which I think can be a bit of a challenge when it comes to financing. But last year, I was very encouraged to learn about the agreement between the United States and Japan to cooperate on the development of SMRs here in Ghana. So I want to talk about, or think perhaps about, this model of how the United States and our civil nuclear allies can cooperate, can co-finance, can work in emerging countries, in emerging markets, again, to compete effectively against the state-owned enterprises. So could you shed a little bit more light on this model of cooperation?
Yes, and let me first do a plug, since you brought up the 60 years and all, that we're basically about 1 month away from the 70th anniversary of the Atoms for Peace, which really did start when the U.S. started getting involved with the export of technology. So yes, we do view it as part of our DNA to be able to export this technology to our partners and allies. One thing that is critical in this is, the nuclear industry is truly an international industry, especially when you start looking at the supply chain for the reactors as well. In fact, no country really has everything. So you need partnerships. And you need, and to reiterate this theme, you need the trusted partners that you want to be working with, and that includes supply chain and co-developing of technologies. So yeah, I think it was a very nice step moving forward for us, working with Japan to look at potentially deployment of small modular reactors in Ghana. I think that was specifically looking at the NuScale technology as well. But I expect that we will have more partnerships with our trusted allies and partners as we go forward to, make sure that we're exporting these technologies. One thing that I'll note in the supply chain that I was very pleased with, our allies and partners recognize we have challenges to make sure that we replace Russia in fuel services. So as part of that, we did sign a major agreement at the G7 energy ministers meeting in Sapporo back in the spring, where the 5 main countries that are nuclear focused in G7 are going to partner to make sure that we can have reliable fuel services for us and our allies moving forward that doesn't rely on Russian materials. So I expect we will have more and more collaborations, and it's a must in this industry because we can't all deliver every component. We got to make sure we're working with our trusted allies across the supply chain to be able to deploy these technologies, because again, the partnership really matters again.
Dr. Goff, thank you so much for the emphasis on partnership and like-minded countries. And Dr. Barenwal, I'd like to go to you because this is a theme also that I think has come up a number of times. Dr. John Wagner and Professor Seth Deborah mentioned that SMRs are actually not new, and they're not untested, and they are not unproven. In fact, they are floating around right now powering our nuclear submarine fleet. So it's less about proving or testing, I think, and much more about the path to commercialization. Dr. Barenwal, could you talk to us a little bit about that path, but also about the fact that these technologies do exist and they are working right now as we speak?
Sure, thank you. Yes, when Dr. Seth Deborah mentioned that, I was nodding my head in violent agreement. The S just stands for small, it doesn't stand for new. And actually, I started my career developing new nuclear fuel for the U.S. Navy's aircraft carriers and submarines that are powered by nuclear. So, and I've been in this business over 25 years. So it certainly is not new in terms of a technology. And what's actually interesting is that, those SMRs that are floating around defending countries safely and have traveled tens of thousands of miles, operated by essentially teenagers, right? 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And now we are having this conversation about deploying new nuclear terrestrially in places using technology that is proven for AP300. As an example, using fuel that is less enriched, using emergency planning zones that are much, much larger than what a submarine or an aircraft carrier requires, which is none, really. But it to me is almost, it's an easy conversation to have SMRs on land because they're already at sea defending nations.
Dr. Barenwal, thank you so much. Ms. Korsnick, I'd like to go back to you. In your keynote remarks, you talked a bit about the U.S. policy landscape and how it has become, I think, much more conducive to nuclear energy, to letting nuclear energy really realize its full potential. Is there such a thing as a global policy landscape that would impact nuclear energy? And if there is, what is on your global policy wish list?
Great. Well, thanks for asking that. I'll highlight, I think it came up in the previous panel, that there was a meeting recently held in September, and it was held by OECD, NEA, and it was the roadmap to new nuclear. And so, again, that's a great sign in and of itself. I think there was 20 different energy ministers that attended that. So when we talk about the fact that nuclear's gaining attention, nuclear's on people's thoughts, I think that meeting in and of itself is a great example. And they talked a lot about, from a policy perspective, what's needed. And I think regulatory attention, as you heard from Commissioner Wright here, with a focus on the United States, We need sort of a similar focus worldwide. Some countries that are going to build nuclear already have it, and so they have an established framework. But you have some countries that don't have established nuclear, and they need to build that framework. So I think there's a policy ask around how do you get those frameworks sort of up and running quickly, and for folks that do have one, how can we maybe collaborate a bit country to country? I know the United States and Canada is a great example of that, where we're trying to collaborate if we're both reviewing the same design, which we have that case right now. So I think that's a big deal. I think supply chain is another thing, right? We're going to build a lot of these, okay? There's a lot of makes and models, but there's still going to be a lot of builds of each type. And so I think we need to start getting smart about how do we share in that supply chain, how do we make sure that we're doing that as efficiently as we can, and then also workforce, right? There's going to be a big need for not only the build, but the operate part of this. And so, you know, that's a call to universities, to associations that have, like in the United States, we have trade associations or unions that have apprenticeship programs, and so similar things. When we talk about nuclear, a lot of people think, well, you know, you need a nuclear engineer. You don't really need that many nuclear engineers, I'll be honest, but when you're talking about operating these, you're going to need mechanical engineers and electrical engineers, but you need a whole bunch of people that don't have an engineering degree, right? You need welders, you need technicians, you need chemists. And so, you know, there's sort of a lot of that can be being worked on right now, quite frankly.
Ms. Korsnick, thank you so much. And I always say that I think that it's fitting for the regulatory speakers to have the last word, because again, I really do believe that you are the key to all of this. So, Commissioner Wright, if you would leave us with some concluding thoughts on the next steps for the global nuclear energy industry and what success looks like from a regulatory perspective.
Well, first off, again, I said it to start with, it's an exciting time, and it's just an exciting time to be a nuclear regulator right now. There's a lot going on. I mentioned earlier that I think I threw out Kairos and NuScale as two of them, and Abilene Christian with a test reactor as some, but we have some 15 other companies before us right now with designs for advanced reactors, small reactors, and the like. So it's a busy time. And the thing that is important for us is that we have to get it, we've got to be efficient in what we're doing, because we don't want to be the reason somebody doesn't get to market. If they're safe and they can get there, we need to make sure it's done as efficiently as possible. Because, again, I think we owe them a fiduciary responsibility. If they're going to pay us to review, we need to do it in a timely way. And that's why early engagement has been so critical. We're getting great information. That makes the quality of the application better. Maria mentioned that we had a memorandum of cooperation with Canada. We're also reviewing several designs that are going to go through the licensing process through both our countries, but we're going to use the same detailed package of information to submit to both countries so that they can, you know, do their licensing process and keep that sovereignty from each country, keep that whole. And so we're working really hard to make sure that we're not the reason why something doesn't get to market. Because it's not just important to the United States. If we can license something in the U.S., then internationally, these things they're going to be viable, because countries, as we have seen, they look at the United States, and if we say it's good, they're going to invest in it and bring it to their country. So again, we want to help. Now, as far as what's going forward, obviously we've got to be efficient. We have a new rule that we're trying to develop. It's called Part 53. I have cast my vote on that already, made it public. The staff came in with their proposal. For me, it was a little bit more, it was big and too many pages. So I kind of streamlined it down. Hopefully that we're going to get a rule out for draft review here in the near future, so that we can get that discussion going. And those people who want to use Part 53 can. Right now they're using Part 50 or Part 52, and that pathway is there, and we're going to do everything we can to make that as efficient as possible too. So going forward, It's about being mission focused. It's about being risk informed and keeping those lines of communication open. And we're going to do our job. We're going to do our part so that we can help these companies get to market and do what they need to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright, and I think that's a fantastic.
One last thing.
Please.
I just wanted to say this. Our job at the NRC is to enable the safe use of nuclear, not disable it. Okay.
And that's an even better note, I think, for us to end on. So thank you. This was a fantastic conversation. Please join me in thanking the panelists.
So thank you very much. We've had another exciting panel conversation. So I want to say thank you to you all for joining us and your insights. Another round of applause to them, please. All right, so we will be taking a break at this point, but there's a lot more to come for the day. We're going to have lunch. First, there's going to be a ministerial lunch. That's going to be with some of the ministers who are here. The ministers who are here would have lunch with the Minister of Energy for Ghana. Yeah, please, you can resume your seats. So yes, the Minister of Energy will have lunch with the ministers who are from other countries who are here. And then we're going to have a third session that's going to come after lunch, and that's going to be on nuclear for economic growth, nuclear power as a catalyst for economic development. Now, lunch is going to happen at this garden, at the garden where we had the coffee break, a bit further on. So you can see the space has been provided there for lunch. And the next session, which is session 3, is going to be focusing, as I indicated, on nuclear for economic growth, nuclear power as a catalyst for economic development, and we'll focus on the role of operating nuclear power plants in coping with the current economic, political, and market conditions, and efforts to foster informed, data-driven decision-making by ensuring broad awareness of nuclear energy as a reliable, low-emissions, non-polluting source of energy. And then in the afternoon, again, we're going to have another session that's going to be on economics and commercial opportunities. That's a roundtable discussion. And I'm very excited about what's going to happen much later on this evening. That's going to be the evening cocktail at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park in Mausoleum. All right, so the panelists, the moderator and the panelists, I want you to please come to the front, and there's going to be a presentation for your participation and for your insights, the insights you shared with us. So please come to the front. So stay right here. All right. So the panelists, the moderator and the panelists, please. And Alicia is going to do the presentation. So Alicia. And Alicia reminds me so much of Deidre Fair-James, who is with the Millennium Challenge Corporation. I worked with her while she was here in Ghana. So, yeah, Alicia.
Government and great human beings. Thank
And thank you too, Alicia. Right, you're posing for a photograph, all right. Nice, thank you. All right, so lunch, as I indicated, is going to be in the garden, not too far from where we had the coffee break. So see you after lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Contest. That was interesting. But he is right. It was good. He is good. Well, first of all, good afternoon, and thank you for that introduction. And I heard some shout outs out there. I appreciate it. You know, you always need a little fan club after lunch. So here we go. You know, it is good to be able to be here today to talk about the Export-Import Bank of the United States, or as we like to call it, XM. So they just handed me something, and what am I supposed to do with that? There it is, XM. You know, XM, for those of you who do not know, XM is America's official credit agency. See, they didn't teach me how to do that. What am I supposed to do with that? Oh, wow. I think I need to wave. Which one is it? XM is America's official export credit agency of the United States, and our mission is to support America's jobs and companies through facilitating the export of U.S. goods and services. You know, we are an independent government agency, and we share in our nation's commitment to facilitate investments here in Africa and around the world. You know, we have been at the forefront of many projects that have truly revolutionized the world, including the Panama Canal, Burma Road, Pan American Highway, which connects most of Latin American parts of South America. I think the thing that is so important is the minister just said to me, Exim Bank has a very, very long history here in Ghana. And with that relationship, back in the 60s, 1960, when we provided financing for the dam on the Volta River, also known as the Volta River Project, and the aluminum smelter. You know, we have also a very long history of work and a proud history of working here in Africa, with our first infrastructure transaction in Angola completed to Africa in 1942. We have practically touched most countries and most sectors in Africa in the last 80 years. So one of the things that is so important is to note that I always like to say, you know, this is not my first rodeo here. This is not my first visit to Africa, even in the last 20 months of being in this position. Over the last year, I have traveled to Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, Kenya, Zambia, Angola, and I told the Minister of Finance I was coming to Ghana, him and the Minister of Energy, and I just want to say, and we're here today along with my other USG colleagues. You know, we are proud of the work that we have done alongside our African partner nations so far, and I know there is far more work to be done, and that is one of the reasons why we are here today. You know, the thing about XM is that we have provided financing for overseas nuclear transactions for over 5 decades and have world-class expertise in analyzing technical, legal, and financial risks in the international nuclear sector. We have worked closely with U.S. exporters who are at the forefront of nuclear technologies, including the PWRs, the BWRs, and now the SMRs and other nuclear research reactors. You know, one of the things is that Congress has asked us to make more financing available in key areas that promote clean energy technology deployment overseas that reduces greenhouse gas emissions and help us address the climate crisis. So I think what you're finding out today is that there is in this room a strong collaboration with our counterparts across the U.S. government, as we like to call ourselves Team USA. And Team USA, of course, is comprised especially of the State Department, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, TDA, Trade and Development, Department of Commerce, Department of Energy, and so many more. And we have been working to support civilian U.S. nuclear exports in several countries, including Romania, Poland, Brazil, India, and so many more places. You know, we know that the potential of nuclear energy to address both decarbonization and the growing demand for electricity is clearer than ever before. And so at XM, we have prioritized the export of advanced nuclear technologies to promote economic growth, enhance global security, and safeguard our environment to ensure that American nuclear exporters can not only compete on a level playing field, but we need them to win. So as you already know and you've heard throughout the morning, that nuclear energy is a critical component of the global energy mix, second only to hydropower as the world's largest source of carbon-free energy. So according to most experts, reaching any scenario for net zero carbon emissions by 2050 will require maintenance and expansion of the world's nuclear fleet starting now. You know, these projects will be employing so many American workers, but also workers in your own countries, and hoping to improve the lives of people living around the world. You know, so many of our partners have told us that XM support does make the difference, which we know will contribute to a generation's worth of jobs in both the U.S. and Africa. And we are already hard at work. Most recently at COP27 last year in Egypt, along with Special Envoy for Climate Kerry, Romanian President Iohannis, and Ministers of Energy, and I announced XM issuance of a $3 billion letter of interest for U.S. exports that will be used at the Cernavoda nuclear project in Romania. This past April, we signed the letter of interest with Orleans Synthesis Green Energy at an event in Poland alongside our ambassador there. And so one of the things that we know that right in May, we issued another letter of interest for Fluor and NuScale, totaling $3 billion for the largest CapEx SMR nuclear project for RoPower in Romania. And then finally, in September, XM approved a $32 million loan under XM's EMR project that I know we're going to talk about a little bit later. So it's clear for us that with these types of transactions, we're not only back in business, but we're open for business, and we're there producing tangible results. You know, the thing that is also, I think, really critical in the nuclear energy space is that as an export credit agency, we offer long-term financing in the form of direct loans from XM and XM guaranteed loans from third-party lenders. These loans can have repayment terms of up to 22 years after construction. So along with our loans and loan guarantees in the nuclear sector, they are made in the form of sovereign financing or corporate financing. But I think the thing that is important to note is that you have an administration and President Biden and Vice President Harris that is committed to ensuring that our government and the programs we represent work to benefit the American people and help our partners do and achieve all of our mutual goals. And that is why it's so important that working for someone like President Biden and all of us in here who are representing USG, we are so committed to promoting domestic also manufacturing, because he understands better than anyone that is also a strong manufacturing sector is critical for economic growth and job creation. So during this administration, just a few short months ago, we have been working to stand up also a new domestic manufacturing program that is going to help American manufacturers and further Biden-Harris administration's priorities. We believe that we have really been up to date in all of the efforts that we have done, and we are looking forward to continuing to have this conversation. And that is why I have also asked my Director of Power and Environmental Export, Dan Tobin, who can raise his hand, and Hazine Ashby, who is my Chief of Staff, to be here for the rest of the week to talk to you personally about how to work with XM. We believe the future is bright. We look forward to continuing the expansion of our outreach efforts with all of you as like-minded nations who want to work together to drive the global energy transition. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to Chair Lewis for your opening remarks. We have a great panel today representing a diversity of interests. Of course, the theme of the panel is wear something that's red. So the chair was the strongest in that. The minister has his pocket square, Todd has his tie, and I'm kind of maroon, so I'm kind of close, but not quite. So in any event, we're going to just start with a few opening remarks, first with the minister and then from Todd Albertano from NIC, and then we're going to get into a roundtable discussion. I'll start with a few opening comments to kick us off, and then we'll go forward. So first and foremost, we will start with Dr. Matthew Opoku Prepe, who is the Minister of Energy for Ghana. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd first like to say that we do appreciate the fact that the United States demonstrated its partnership, long-standing commitment and partnership to Ghana. Will bring such a summit to Ghana, U.S.-Africa Nuclear Summit. And if for nothing, we have to say thank you. And all the people from the State Department, the private sector, the agencies, and the Exim boss who is here, thank you. I'd like to start saying that it's true we have a long-standing partnership with the United States government that has been demonstrated over the years since independence. Our Akosombo Dam, our huge, biggest 30% of our energy is produced by Akosombo Dam, was built through the financial efforts and technology of Americans. Not only that, they supported us through our industrialization by bringing the Valco Kaiser aluminum smelting plant here to not only utilize the energy that was being provided so that it doesn't become a white elephant sitting there. Because at the time that it was built, our energy requirements were very, very, very small. They've subsequently gone along and supported us through our electrification project in this country, the single largest support, about 350 million, supported by Exim Bank again. And they continue to support us in many other ways, except to say that lately we have been absent for our own reasons, but nothing we cannot solve. Ghana became Ghana because of Akosombo, because we showed to the whole world that there's a new African country supported by the United States that was ready to develop and industrialize. So we went into a period of building lots of factories because we have the energy, and lots of Ghanaians, golden age of industrialization happened in the 60s at the back of the Akosombo. Now we have grown and grown and grown. We have outgrown our base load, Akosombo. It supplies only about 30% of the energy needs now, with the rest coming thermal. Not only that, we have agreed as a compact for the whole world, something called Sustainable Development Goals, where we all aim to produce energy in a clean way, a reliable way, an affordable way, and a sustainable way. And also to electrify every country to about 90%. Ghana is on the cusp, around 88.86% of electrification in Ghana. The last mile, probably the most difficult, and that's why I'm looking back to US Exim Bank for the necessary support. We have also decided to contribute our quota as a country with the energy transition for clean energy. So whereas we have not polluted anything, Ghana's pollution is 0.000 something, but we still see the need to be each brother's keeper. And then we don't want to pollute before we start decarbonizing. So we want to get on the trajectory of producing in our energy needs clean, reliable, affordable energy. Not only for personal use, but also for industrialization, to ensure that the youth, the teeming youth in this country, can get affordable jobs to prevent a security situation from happening. We've looked in our transition framework plan, and we found out that the mixed energy fuels that we are going to have, nearly 50%, precisely 46%, translating to our 10 gigawatts of energy by 2070 will be by nuclear. That is huge, 10 gigawatt. And so previous governments started a race towards deciding whether we have to go nuclear power or not. In the early 60s, just as we were doing the Akosombo Dam, we started the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. That set us on the pathway of utilizing nuclear, as was said, for the different purposes for which nuclear brings advantage: food security, food preservation, health issues, treatment, medical treatment for cancers and things. Ghana has undergone with our nuclear, with our Ghana Atomic Energy in that direction. We have then decided that nuclear power is the next thing that we want, not only for the heat processing, but for the power generation itself. Because to ensure that the industries, that Ghana can participate very well, because we have all the natural resources. We have the ability to turn sand to glass. We have the ability to turn iron to steel products, bauxite to aluminum products, which is used worldwide, and everything else. But we need stable, baseload, clean energy. And that is why we are where we are. Working with the IAEA, we are going through the infrastructural steps needed for Ghana to adopt. Our going in this direction is for pure, peaceful, civil purposes. We don't know of anybody we want to fight, or we don't even have the things to do and start thinking about all the bad users. But we have to demonstrate that in making sure that we are very, very clean and clear and transparent on that. So that is where we are. And we have invited the IAEA to be our consultants. Because when I listened to the atoms of speech by President Eisenhower, it was realized far back, even before he led the setting up of the IAEA, that the effects of the nuclear energy should be shared with the citizenry of the world. And that is where we are. We want to participate in a good way to bring jobs and security and industrialization in this country. So thanks for the support that the United States government has demonstrated by bringing this here. And we don't take it for granted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's kind of a drop the mic moment. I think we kind of end the panel right there. But we're going to continue. And we're very fortunate to have Todd Abrajano, who is the president and CEO of the U.S. Nuclear Industry Council. But also, Todd's going to kind of wear two hats for us today, and we should have really gotten him hats, because Todd used to run USTDA. So maybe if you lean to the right and then lean to the left, we'll know what you're talking about. But Todd, if you could give us some opening remarks based on what you're doing now and sort of what you just came from within the last few years. Todd.
Great. Thanks, Paul. And it's good to be back in Ghana. I was here a little over 5 years ago with the PAC DBIA tour, which is the President's Advisory Committee on Doing Business in Africa, and had the opportunity to tour 5 different countries on that trip, Ghana being one of them, so always good to be back in Accra. As Paul mentioned, I sort of do wear two hats, because currently I'm running the U.S. Nuclear Industry Council, but prior to that, as Paul mentioned, I did run the U.S. Trade and Development Agency and was there for 3 years and had the opportunity to come to Africa many times while I led that agency. And you know, one of the most important things I think I learned while I was at USTDA was that countries in Africa want to work with the United States. They want to partner with the U.S. government and with U.S. companies and their technology solutions that they provide. And so when I had the opportunity at USTDA to get involved in the nuclear space, I went to Brussels for a meeting on SMRs between the U.S. and the EU. U.S. Trade Development Agency had not worked in the nuclear space in well over a decade at that point when I had gone to that meeting in Brussels. And when I came back from that meeting, I want to reference back to something that was said on the initial panel today, and that's be bold. Well, that's what I did when I came back to Washington, D.C. from that meeting in Brussels. I was bold, and I said to my staff, we've got an opportunity here in the advanced nuclear space to do something really remarkable. We haven't been involved in nuclear in over a decade, but we should get involved. And so I tasked the staff at U.S. Trade and Development Agency to do just that. And over the next course of the next 18 months, we did a number of different projects in the advanced nuclear space and set in motion a number of other projects that came to fruition in the current administration. And I'm very thankful, and we talked about this earlier, that the United States is very bipartisan in their support for nuclear, but I'm very thankful that the current administration, President Biden, Vice President Harris, decided to continue to move forward with those projects. One of those projects in particular was a project with Westinghouse in Poland, and turned out to be at the time the largest individual project that the agency had ever done. That has since been doubled with another company, but still in the nuclear space. So the point being, the United States of America, the government, and the industry side are 100% behind being, as we talked about earlier, a trusted partner for countries that are looking to not only generate electricity in their countries, but build their economies and promote their own energy security internally in those countries as well. And so being able to come at this from two different sides, both from the government and now representing industry, is something that I'm really excited to be able to do. And hopefully we can continue to provide some additional insight throughout this panel on how the United States can work with Africa to make that happen. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Todd. I'm just going to sort of set the tone for the rest of the discussion using moderator's privilege. But, you know, when you think about where we are in the nuclear space right now, there's kind of, I would say, three themes that are driving the discussion. One is obviously decarbonization that has been touched upon. The second one we're seeing is energy security. That, you know, for years I would give presentations and that would always be one of the bullets of the intangible benefits of nuclear, and everybody would say, yeah, okay, whatever, and now it's right at the top. And then, of course, for better or for worse, the geopolitics. And, you know, we've touched upon the importance of partners and long-term relationships. You know, when we think about a nuclear program, it's complicated, it's expensive, the challenges to financing are great, but doable. I always like to say that because we have over 400 plants operating in the world today, so it's not like we can't do it, we just need to be thoughtful in how we do it. But it's politically sensitive. We've touched upon it. It's a long-term commitment. It's transformational for a country. And, you know, we tend to, from a U.S. perspective, we have a large nuclear fleet, so we think of it a different way. But when you go into other countries, especially newcomer countries, it's a strategic asset for the country. And, you know, we have to remember that, too. So there's a geopolitical significance to the program regardless of where it is. And I think one of the interesting things is when we think about how we move these programs forward, we see the intersection of, on the one hand, policy and the important role of government, and then the project and commercial considerations. And I think that when we look at the point of this panel to think about the impact of nuclear, and Mr. Minister, you touched upon it a little bit, but there's a role for government, and there's an ask for government in saying we need the government to do X. But getting that X is also a function of what benefits that unlock. And I think, you know, coming from a finance background, we tend to obsess with financial models. You run a model and it says either the project's doable or not. But there's so many benefits outside of the project. When you think of energy security, energy diversity, decarbonization, all these things don't go in a financial model. There are benefits outside of the actual project that are benefits to the country. Jobs during construction, jobs during operation, the secondary benefits to the economy, the supply chain, all these things, you know, human resources development, high education, all these things are part and parcel of the impact of doing nuclear and sort of the why are you doing it. And so sort of coming back full circle, maybe Mr. Minister, since we are in fact in your country, we'll start with you. But you know, when you think of nuclear, we tend to look at the project. But when we think of, you touched upon baseload electricity, and electricity as, when we look at modern society, industrial policy, it's critical infrastructure. We expect that when we flip the switch, the lights go on. It's an assumption and necessary for the betterment of society. So as you think about it at a government level, how do you think of the program for Ghana in these terms, in terms of, advancing the goals of your country beyond just the pure what's the price of electricity and what it's going to cost to finance the project? How do you assess all the other benefits that it will bring as you're planning to go forward?
Hello. Thank you. In the early 60s, where the first president thought through and said, we have to utilize the nuclear. It was at the back of what had happened, which was catastrophic, but the power, inherent power of the nuclear energy to transform society. That is why he set up the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. That the power was even the last thing directly, but all the different aspects we could apply nuclear energy for treating disease-resistant seeds, food preservation, cancer treatment, whatnot. So the benefit to society is far much more bigger than power. So IAEA were thinking about establishing a center for training, a regional center for training of people in oncology, treatment, radiotherapy. Ghana was suggested. Look at the benefits that women with cancer and men with cancer would seem to get. Local people treating them. Mosquito, which has been a harbinger for years. If we could introduce sterile mosquitoes to depopulate the infective mosquitoes in this country, look at what's going to happen. The more disease-free we are. Thank you. Food preservation using gamma rays and to even transport our foods out far distances to meet safety regulations and health regulations. So those are actual benefits that we don't seem to see because of catastrophic events that have happened around nuclear. Then when you really talk about base load and you are talking about reliability, not being dependent upon somebody for your power needs and making sure that when you switch the lights on, you have electricity. We have suffered blackouts recently because our fuel need was dependent upon somebody who, for him, you have money or you die. Meanwhile, our base load, which is Akosobo, that belongs to the state, that is a strategic asset, would never be shut down. It's not everything, like you said, that will be treated in a financial model. Because providing electricity is essentially catering for activities of daily living now. Without electricity, no hospital can work. Without electricity, there can be no industry. Without electricity or energy use, what would happen to transportation? What would happen to health? So the benefits are huge. And I say that nuclear power necessarily is a secondary benefit in the sense that, yes, there are inherent benefits. And when you have nuclear power, because it's base load power, it's stable power, it's reliable power, it helps you to even plan and develop your country better. It helps you. And it is even more affordable. And then, all of a sudden, hydropower, 10 years ago, nobody wanted to invest in it because all the environmentalists said hydro was bad, so we couldn't develop our hydro resources any longer. Even in this country, we don't have major hydro resources to develop. And all of a sudden, what we had known in the early 40s and 50s have come back as the best solution. We should have continued. So our decision to go is because of strategic national development reasons. Gas, when I look at our transition plan, like I said, it's basically based upon a clean energy future. That clean energy future can only be guaranteed by nuclear. When we talk about, because when we add all our hydro resources that we haven't tapped, we won't get even another 1,000 megawatts. So when you look at a flexible, deployable, scalable option like small modular nuclear energy deployment, it fits into our system very well because this is a country that we want every part of the nation to develop. We don't want the rural-urban migration that has concentrated everybody coming to Accra. We want to live in every part of the country and enjoy the benefits of living in every part of the country. Good road, good schools, good hospitals, and it means good energy, reliable energy. So that is some of the benefits that you cannot quantify with how much does it cost a kilowatt. Even though when you don't do that, you get very, very expensive energy. That would be inimical to development. Because in Africa, we are the most energy poor continent. Nearly 600 million of us don't have electricity. Nearly 900 million of us are cooking with bad fuels, killing our women folk, really, because they are involved in cooking. Cooking with wood, with all the toxins and the things that we don't want to breathe. So when we talk about nuclear, it's good that the conversations have come down, but it should have always been the direction we should have led from the early 40s. And good that it has come. And like I said, I'm very, very much appreciative that because of this conference, I'm happy to be my sister here and to push the agenda that nuclear, we would go. Nuclear, we will have. And America is our best partner to help us get to that place.
Thank you.
Can I just make a quick point, Paul? I had the opportunity to hear your president in Vienna just a few weeks ago talk about the experience with Ghana and the IAEA, not just in the very close past, but way back decades into the past. And I think a lot of countries on the continent could really look to Ghana as an example in terms of what you talked about, Paul, nuclear being critical infrastructure. I think you realized that a long, long time ago and how important it is to bring nuclear to this country, and not only this country, but the rest of the continent. And so I just wanted to say congratulations on what you've done, and then also being a part of the State Department's FIRST program. You're really doing all of the things that you need to do to get nuclear into the country, and I would urge you to continue doing that.
So I'm going to take advantage of the two segues from your last comments here and go to Chair Lewis. And you know, when we think about the role of government, and we hear that from the minister's comments that it touches so many things, how is Exim involved? You mentioned Team USA. You know, how does Exim work with its sister agencies in the U.S. government so that when you're working with Ghana or other countries in Africa, you're taking into account all the various aspects of the project, the role of Exim, but the various roles that the U.S. government can play in supporting the ambitions of African countries?
Thank you very much for that question. Exim definitely, as an independent agent, we may be a federally agency that's congressionally mandated by Congress. But it's an agency which is very value aligned with the administration. And so when I say Team USA, President Biden has really led the way in terms, from a leadership perspective, of having all of us who work on all of these types of issues operate in what we call a whole of government approach. Because we already know that one government agency alone cannot solve the problem or provide the solution. We know that one private sector company cannot have a go-alone strategy. And we know the role that industry plays is so very critical. And then we have the role that our trade associations and others for industry play. So for us, Team USA operates on these kinds of issues on a very regular basis. I know that there is a meeting that happens on a biweekly basis of all government agencies. We work very, very closely with the Department of Energy, which is in a leadership position on these topics. And Exim is right there. Because after you look at the policy, you also have to look at how is it all going to happen? How is it takes place? And so having the ability to have everyone at the table from State Department, TDA that Todd used to represent, and DOE, Energy, Commerce, to advocate for our American business, having everyone at the table is so critical. Because the way we always like to say is like where one begins, another one ends, and where another one ends, another one begins. But having the ability of leadership from the White House, having the ability to have the different parts of our administration talk with all of us on a regular basis on these topics, you could not, I don't think anyone could ask for anything better. But the private sector and those that are represented here, U.S. company and any of the foreign buyers who want to buy American goods and services, having you all here is what is the critical component to make this all work.
I promise you we didn't practice this in advance, but the segues are really quite good because I'm going to go to Todd next and then Chair Lewis back to you, because what I want to do is focus a little bit on all the early stage work that needs to be done. We tend to think about when the reactor goes into construction and when we close on the main financing, the main debt and equity, the billions of dollars that are needed. But the reality is that's a later stage of the project site. We need to be thinking about it, but it comes later. And when you look at the role that USTDA plays, can you talk a little bit about the type of support that is and why it's different than the main financing in terms of helping get the project underway and setting it up in a certain way? And then the second question, because you're kind of wearing two hats today, is how can you, again, we tend to think about the reactor and building the reactor, but there's a lot of other things that can be done that U.S. industry can offer in terms of helping the country through the project setup period, which is so critical if you want to get financing later on. So, Todd, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. That's a great question. With respect to everything that USTDA does, sort of pre-final investment decision, it's one of the greatest little agencies in the entire U.S. government that almost nobody knows about, unfortunately. But I know that the current administration is doing a lot to push that out. But USTDA really focuses on a number of things. They can do technical assistance, capacity building, reverse trade missions where representatives from governments can come into the United States, learn all about new technologies and technology solutions that the U.S. has to offer, and be able to take that back to their decision makers in the country that they're originating from to figure out if a U.S. technology solution really is the right thing for them to do. In addition to those three things, we also, when I say we, I'm still thinking with my TDA hat, but TDA has the ability to do feasibility studies, and that's really the core of what they do. And then, as of late, they've been doing front-end engineering and design studies to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. They're very expensive. TDA has a very small budget, and so TDA works in conjunction with some of the other departments and agencies around the U.S. government to really pull in that financing to be able to do those types of things. But those are all the things that TDA, sort of as the tip of the spear for a U.S. government financing institution, can really do. And so TDA is a demand-driven agency, which means they're not going to do a project unless they see that there's a demand for it in the country where the project is being considered. So the government needs to be behind it. Typically, you'll want to see a U.S. company already working with either the government or a private sector entity in one of those countries to be able to move a project forward. But all of those things need to be done before, as you said, you get to an FID and before it gets to XM or before it gets to the DFC to consider the other types of financing that will really move a project to deployment.
And in terms of U.S. industry getting involved early on, where do you see, I mean, from my perspective, coming from a project finance background, at the end of the day, it's got to be a good project.
Right.
What does that mean? It's subjective. It's objective. It's a lot of different things depending on the metric you're applying. But setting up the project for long-term success, where do you see, working with USNIC, where do you see companies getting involved broadly, and
Yeah.
just to give an idea of how companies can be helpful on the U.S.
So
side.
let me revert back to what I talked about earlier with Westinghouse and their project in Poland. Westinghouse teamed up with Bechtel on that. Bechtel, one of the largest EPCs in the world. Obviously, Westinghouse has the technology to move forward, but Bechtel's got the experience of building large-scale, construction projects, large-scale power projects all across the globe. And so, they're both member companies of my organization, but we also have a number of companies that are just across the supply chain, not necessarily EPCs or developers, but, advanced manufacturers, building parts, those sorts of things, consultants on a number of other issues. So, it's important that not only the U.S. developers, as they're continuing to have conversations with countries across the globe about developing U.S. nuclear solutions in their own countries, get involved with some of these other companies as well. Like talk about the supply chain, talk about how are we going to build this, large-scale power project, and where those human resources going to come from? As I talked about earlier, I've been to Africa many times, and what I've seen over the years that I've been here is that China's very involved here with their Belt and Road project, but when they come here to do projects, they typically bring all of that labor with them. And it's important for countries like Ghana and other countries across the continent to, as we were saying earlier in other sessions, create the opportunity for people within these countries to learn and grow, and not just have to bring in labor from other countries. The United States doesn't do that. We work with the countries that we're in, and the companies that I represent work with the countries where they're negotiating deals. And those are the sorts of things that I think need to be discussed, because we really can provide a very competitive solution to the Russians and the Chinese, but we can do it in a way that really provides success, reliability, and trust over the long term in ways that some of our competitors can't.
Thank you. So, Chair Lewis, sticking with the theme of all the things that need to be done before you do the main financing, you had mentioned in your opening remarks the engineering multiplier program, and that sounds kind of interesting and transformative. So how should people think about that in terms, we heard about feed studies and all these things that have to happen before you get to the main construction. So where does the EMP fit into all that?
It is very interesting, and it's also, we believe, very transformative. I mean, the biggest thing for us as an export credit agency is we are always looking for the bankable project. And before you can even get to the bankable project, when you have something as complicated as these types of projects and in this sector, we're trying to find ways, or we've found ways to entice buyers to work with us. And so this EMP, as we call it, Engineering Multiplier Program, acts as a multiplier, such that it's the work that is going to be done on the front end. XM has a long history of some of the best engineering and environmental experts, I believe, in this space. And when you get a direct, it can be done as a direct loan, or it can be done as with a guaranteed lender, a third-party guaranteed lender. Those types of loans can be rolled into the original financing. And the work that is done is all pre-construction. Pre-construction, it could be pre-architecture, it can be feed studies, and the like. Everything that goes into making these projects, what we would like to say is safe. We want them to be reliable, but the most important, we want them to be successful. And so XM's team, our underwriters, and our banking specialists can work alongside of the borrower as he or she is setting up, or as the company is setting up these particular complicated projects. And actually, as an example, we just did one in Romania, a 57 million EMP. And so we know that these are the kinds of things that are very important, not only for the borrower, but also for the country who want to engage in these in this sector.
Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, coming back to you, when we think about sort of staying with this theme of creating a good project, creating a financeable project, Ghana's been doing a lot of work over the last several years in terms of moving along the IAEA process and the milestones and the 19 areas. But when you think about, in your comments before and some of the things I raised, that it being a strategic asset for the country, and it's not just about it's about electricity, but it's not just about electricity. How are you thinking about things like human resources development and getting your industries from a local content perspective ready to support the project so that, you know, as Todd said before, there's lots of opportunities for the country to benefit beyond just the asset itself and what it does. So how are you thinking through those things, and what areas is your government targeting to create that extended benefit to the country?
Thank you. This is one of those whole of government approaches. Because the nuclear scientists and things that we develop are for running the plant. But when you start the construction, it has got nothing to do with nuclear science. So, like my colleague said here, you need skilled artisans. If the nuclear MPI that we have is to help us develop the human resources, the skills and talent to be able to operate, build and operate, it doesn't have to look within itself. It has to look in the different departments of government. This government came, and one of its biggest transformational activity it did was to transform technical vocational education and training, with a commission specifically set up to do that. So I would expect MPI to sit down with the Commission for Technical and Vocational Education and Training and say, look, we are going to construct nuclear power plants. We need this level of low and middle scale employable people. How can you have a training program certified to enable us build the cadre of people to get into that training? In my other portfolio, as minister responsible for petroleum and energy, we have local content Ghanaian participation embedded even in law and in regulation. Because we know that the skills that you need in, say, an offshore rig doesn't exist here. But still, we need to mine our petroleum resources, extract our petroleum resources. So yes, we would allow you to come in to develop it, but we will tie you to a program of training locals to take over. For some, we are training them ourselves so that the opportunity, like undersea welding or welding and fabrication, we've gone ahead and are training them. But it's to partner other responsible state agencies to help you in your manpower planning, that we might need certified masons, about 1,000, but they must be certified to this level, accepted level. And how do we put together a program to start training or retraining masons as they exist to do it, or electricians, or welders, or whatever we need there that is not core or germane to nuclear activity. The company that will win this will bring the people to build. But we need to also have Ghanaians who would either understudy or attach, or even before the company gets in, to sort of go there and go and see how it is done. So, example, you said Westinghouse, Romania. If they don't have that technology, Westinghouse is also developing power plants in America. It's up to the Romanian government and the Atomic or Nuclear Power Agency there to ensure that some Romanians are selected to go to America to learn. I want to say that the world is where it is because of trade. All the so-called education, technology, it is because of trade. It is because of trade that we move from continent to continent. It's because of trade that we safeguard sea routes. It's because of trade that we did air routes. Because we want to get there faster, to enjoy the things there, to interact with the people, learn, and trade. So if we have that at the back of our mind, it means that we have to have a skilled workforce that is eternally prepared to move to learn and to come back to help. There's not a part of the world that has developed as with now, that was not with the support of America. Because you opened your doors, you brought talent from everywhere to train, to be educated, and to go back to help their countries. That is what we expect, that in this partnership, and I always say, a nuclear partnership program, not a nuclear power program, a nuclear partnership program lasts longer than marriage. Because the least number of years is about 50 years. And you look up to even 100 years. I'm not sure how many marriages get there. But so before you get in, it must be with a good thought through that whatever we want, we have to get it before, during, or after. It tells you how you have to plan your manpower. And that is what we have been trying to do. We set up a Ghana National Power Program, nuclear power program, to help us in going through our infrastructure 19 steps. We've set up an MPI to help us, direct us, focus our minds and our attention to the skills that we need, the lower and the middle skills and upper skills that we need. We have established a school of nuclear and allied sciences to train the upper level people. So it's a whole government approach. You can't sit at MPI or GAIC and think that you can know everything or do everything. You have to involve other sectors in the educational area or in other industry to help you get to where we are. And I hope that is the approach and leadership His Excellency the President has been telling us in Ghana here in the last 7 years. That you need as much, yes, you need the people with the graduate certificates, but you need the people with the hand skills as well. It is both complementing to get us where we want to get to. And that is the plan we have for nuclear power Ghana.
Thank you very much. The minister touched upon trade and global connections. I'd kind of like to get a sense from Todd and from Chair Lewis. What are you seeing in the world today? I mean, in terms of trends, like what are the forcing functions for nuclear? What are the things as you engage with various countries that you're seeing them focused on? And we'll start ladies first. But if you would, in your remarks, Chair Lewis, reflecting a little bit upon what the minister said about all the preparation that the country's doing and taking that national responsibility, as Exim looks at countries and engages with countries, how much of a confidence-building measure is it when you see the country making the investments that Ghana is in people and training and those types of things, as Exim's engaging with countries as well?
I think the thing I can say is that when I engage with my ex-ECA colleagues all the time, and we are all a part of what we, at the OECD, of what we call the arrangement. And the arrangement allows us to come together to modernize some of the tools that we all need when we're out trying to look at the financings of different types of transactions. In the nuclear space, most recently, it's the OECD arrangement, this group of companies came together to look at how we could be more competitive. And the thing that is so important is that as a member of the arrangement, the vote came down to allow us to provide more flexibilities. And in one of those key areas, it also allowed us to offer more expanded repayment terms. Terms were at 18 years, now it's up to 22. Within that flexibility, it allowed us to look at how we could use structures that would have larger balloon payments in them, increase our premium, minimum premium rate, and also it allowed us to look at extending longer grace periods. I think what I have seen with like-minded countries is that we understand that in this very complicated field, we're going to have to constantly be offering opportunities for our borrowers and our companies to be more competitive, because they're folks who operate outside of the arrangement. They have no rules. We do as like-minded countries. And in so doing, I think the biggest trend that I see is the willingness to understand that nuclear is going to require that type of support. And with that type of support, you're going to see more, I believe, more co-financings. You're going to see between export credit agencies. You're going to begin to have a deeper understanding of what the role that the sovereign has to play in these types of transactions. These are very large, very complicated, as we've always all said. But at the end of the day, our governments have to stand behind these. And that's when you see, you know, XM, our government stands behind everything we do. And we like to see that in others also. And it allows us to work with entities and governments that are wanting their companies not to just compete, but they're looking at them, wanting them to win these very long transactions. So we're excited to be a part of any kind of a conversation that is going to provide an ability for folks to come together to talk about how to structure these very large transactions.
Todd, if you would, just following up on one of the things Chair Lewis mentioned, which was co-financing, which means that you might see projects being done, even though we're promoting the United States, we're working with other partners in the supply chain. So when you talk about the trends you're seeing, maybe touch too upon the partnerships that are occurring between U.S. industry and other, to use Chair Lewis's words, like-minded countries and their companies.
Yeah, so just to your point about a forcing factor, I think there's a couple of things that are really moving nuclear forward in terms of countries saying, look, we need to take on this technology. The first and foremost sort of being net zero commitments, I think, around the world. Countries are starting to look at how they're going to get to net zero, and they realize the only way to really get there with a technology that's not intermittent and is you know, going to supply electricity generation every day, 24/7, nuclear is really the only way to go. So that's a huge forcing factor. With respect to sort of co-financing and partnering with other countries, other like-minded countries, you know, our suppliers and our developers are working very closely with the French, the Japanese, the South Koreans, not just in terms of figuring out where they're going to get the parts, but also where they're going to get potential construction assistance, technology assistance. It's, you know, it's a global industry, really. There's not one country that's representing the industry as a whole. And so as we continue to move forward, I think there's going to be many more partnerships, whether it be the U.S. partnering with Japan from an XM and JBIC perspective, potentially, or even private partnerships for financing, where a private equity fund or a large U.S. bank may partner with larger private equity funds or banks overseas to get these projects done. There's going to be a lot more partnering as we move forward over the next several years and several decades.
Thanks, Todd. I think our time is coming to an end, so I'd just like to give all our panelists maybe a 30-second wrap-up. So we'll start with ladies first and then finish with our host. So, Chair Lewis.
Well, first of all, thank you all for having us all here today. I think the biggest thing I want to say is that not only is XM back in business, but we're delivering results. We're delivering results in this industry. But the most important thing of being here on the continent and being in Ghana, what we are continuing to show is the commitment that the Biden-Harris administration has is to the continent and across the board, looking at all sectors. It doesn't matter whether it's environmentally beneficial, renewable. Today we're talking about nuclear, you name it. And to be able to be here with all of you, it gives us an opportunity to listen, to learn, and to engage with you to talk about how to work with XM and how to work with the U.S. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. Todd?
So in my career, it's been few and far between industries that are in a position where demand is currently outpacing supply. And so, you know, with large-scale, gigawatt-scale reactors, Those can be built right now. Many companies in the U.S. are looking at those. Obviously, Westinghouse has got their AP1000. On the advanced reactor front, on Generation 4 reactors, many countries want them, and they want them sooner rather than later, and the industry is not quite there yet in terms of being able to provide the supply for the demand that is out there. And so it's an exciting time to be in the industry. It's an industry that I believe is going to continue to be successful and grow over the course of the next several decades, and I'm excited to not only be doing what I'm doing today for the U.S. industry, but also helping promote that industry all over the world.
Thanks, Todd. And Mr. Minister, you have the final remarks, but before you start, just thank you from all of us who are visiting. Thank you for the hospitality from yourself and for all your countrymen and women. It's a great visit, and we're looking forward to the rest of the week. So thank you so much, and you can close us out.
Before I close you up, I'm a shoe-in minister, right? The minister who is hosting you will be available, I think, from tomorrow. I'm just wearing his shoes. But in his shoes, I would say thank you for the confidence that the United States is reposing. And we know that we have the African Continental Free Trade Area headquarters situated in Ghana. And through that, you get all Africa at your back hand. So it's good that we are here because we will use the trade facilitation purposes to disseminate the information across Africa. That yes, I heard 1,000 Westinghouse. Push it and push it well with the United States government support you. But thank you. And we hope that the conference has just begun. So if it's interesting now, it's going to get exciting and better as the days go before you leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, so thank you very much, Paul. And again, we're going to be handing out the tokens, and Alicia is on standby to graciously do that for us. So, yeah, Alicia, you may want to come up this time. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. You were getting comfortable. Okay. So, you know, your presence here was special, to say the least. I did offer her 2 of my children, and I'm so glad that you came back because you've made multiple visits here and definitely demonstrated excellent commitment. And I appreciate your being on this panel. So I would like to hand to you this plaque in token of our appreciation for the wood carving for the continent of Africa for USANES. Thank you so much. And since I believe that the minister should be in this photo with you, I'm going to scoot around and ask that we get one more picture with just the 2 of you in that, please. Thank you. And Mr. Minister, even though we're in your house and you are our host, shoe-in or not, I am so grateful for your sharing the leadership with your colleague, Mr. Minister of Environment, as well as supporting us throughout the planning of this and opening this event up for us and all that you did to. Oh, see, now we're having a pop quiz. Hold on, please. No, I know we're going there this evening. Oh, okay.
Thank you. I'm not going to tell you.
So thank you kindly, Mr. Minister, for all your support. And next, if I could slide around to you, Todd, and you can get all here front and center, and I will present you with this. And the African stool as well, which we heard the history of this morning. And thank you for your leadership of USNIC and your presence here today. And also I'll ask that you'll slide over as well with the minister so you can get in a photo with him. Thank you. And then last but certainly not least, our moderator extraordinaire, Paul Murphy. I appreciate your tireless dedication. I'm not just saying this because it's been tireless, but thank you so much for your moderating and setting up this amazing panel and your work here with us, as well as I'll give a few opportunity for a few pictures up here that you may want to have, and I'll get out of your way so that the minister can join you. And I'd like to thank everyone on the panel for an amazing panel. Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Alicia, as always, for doing a wonderful job. We're taking another coffee break, and it's going to be for 30 minutes. So we're going to be back here at 3. All right, let's make it 3:10. Let's come back here at 3:10, please, for the roundtable on economics and opportunities. Thank you. See you back after the break.
Between the two of us. So we will go ahead and get started. I will ask the first question. And so the first question I have is, what support do countries envision needing in order to be ready to deploy new nuclear? And since we have so many of the U.S. contingent here, what support do you think you can provide? And this is not an opportunity for individual sales pitches, but we're talking about you'll either be speaking from a government, an industry, laboratory, or academic support. So this is not about you specifically. You should be speaking from your service point of view jointly. So with that, I'll get started. And you've heard a lot today, so you should be reflecting on that and any lingering statements that have come to mind for you. So I'll look at my anchors first, all along the front row. I think we have at least one sole Ghanaian colleague there. Hi, Stephen. And all of our others, Maria, Todd, John, Ann, Mike, and Jennifer Gordon, and Rion. So, Mike off, did I see you give me a signal, or was that just stop talk? Okay. Oh, you'd like to go first? Okay, so if we could get a mic up at the center front, please. And these ladies have worked so hard to make sure everything runs so smoothly. Thank you, ladies.
So from the U.S. government perspective, what can we do? And I think there's a lot of things we can do in all different stages of the process. I mean, first starting from, starting from analysis to support the decision for nuclear. How do you deploy what type of technologies? We have a lot of capabilities to do to support those kind of analysis done. Again, I don't know, like we had John Wagner and a number of folks from Idaho National Lab. We have those lab resources that can support in those kind of analysis. So we can help some as you're making that decision to see what is the right kind of decision for your country. Similarly, if you're making a decision to move forward, we have lots of kind of capabilities in capacity building. And that's kind of across the U.S. government, from the first program that's really focused on capacity building for small modular reactors, our clean energy training centers. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission does a lot of work back and forth as well. So we're there to help, again, with that capacity building as you're trying to make sure you have the resources. Similarly, I say, though, has been highlighted. We're not just talking about degreed nuclear engineers and researchers and those type of things. We're also talking about making sure you have the skilled workforce to be able to do this work. And we do have at least systems that have been set up. We have some of our universities here that have worked with different communities to set up training centers for being able to train the workforce at the power plants, not just the degreed folks, but the technicians that are working there. Similarly, we have things that the national labs have been set up to, they need those same type people. They work with community colleges and such to be able to provide that. So we can provide some of that lessons learned and that modeling for how to set up that capacity building as well. Obviously, we have a lot of technology out there. We've worked through the years, over 7 decades in development of these technologies. We've invested a significant amount of money to developed these different technologies. That's been taken to our industry. They've worked and further enhanced it. So we have a lot of technology options that can come from the government as well, and we can help in looking at that as you're assessing it. You know, when you do go start making the decisions going forward, we do have some things that I think Todd brought up from his previous hat. You know, we have, you know, USTDA, U.S. Trade Development Organization or agency that can help with doing front-end engineering studies to help as you're looking at how you're deploying that and looking at the early, you know, early financing for some of those kind of works. And then as you're finally going forward, you know, we've had a lot of discussion about Exim Bank. We have various financing mechanisms as well that we can work through that. Similarly, I guess I shouldn't, you know, I don't ignore, you know, Ann's areas too. We do also have a lot of training and safeguards and security and all as well, not just the operations of the plant, but make sure that you have that right, you know, security and safeguards regime, whether it's from our State Department or our National Nuclear Security Agency. So like I said, we provide a lot of that kind of capability. And again, we're still there with the supply chain and helping as you're standing up the supply chain in your country, but also looking at making sure that you have a long-term supply of fuels and stuff like that as well. So again, we also think we would be a long-term partner in making sure that you continue, you know, to be able to operate the plant safely and efficiently, whether it's, you know, with some of our consulting type companies or again, supply chain folks, or even utilities have been involved in some of this kind of training stuff. So I think we have a lot of things that we can do to help along that way. But again, be interested, as the first part of Alicia's question, what do you want from us as well, too? So, did anyone else
Thank
from
you,
the U.S.
Mike.
side want to? Yeah.
All right, we have a whole room full of people. Do I see any hands in the audience? I think there are a few in the back. Let's start with those on the right. Thank you. And if you would.
Yes, thank you. My name is Samir. My background is nuclear engineering. I have a PhD in neutronics and thermodynamics of a reactor. Yes, what we want is what I heard in St. Petersburg, where the Russians themselves were surprised after building a reactor unit in, I think, Norway or Finland. When it was time to build another reactor unit, they went and met a reactor unit, and they asked who built it. And the guy said they built it themselves. We've had Akosombo Dam. We've had Akosombo in the 60s. I don't know what it is that we can also do to have a reactor unit, even as we are crumbling for a reactor. I had a long question to ask, and that is, the statistics shows that the Aldaba project that will be built, or that's being built in Egypt, each reactor unit, and there are 4 reactor units, that will cost $28.75 billion, will generate $1 trillion to the economy of Egypt during the lifetime of the reactors. The Egyptians are pulling up 15% of that amount, with 85% given by the vendors. What I understand is that they project to have about 1,500 workers, even before the second unit is put up on scale. I'm an engineer, and my question is, I want to see a reactor in Ghana. I want to work in a nuclear power plant in Ghana. I don't want to go to Quebec in South Africa. The Egyptians are not welcoming me, even though I have my colleagues working there. What are you going to do for us as engineers? Thank you.
I would like to refer this question to Stephen Yamwa, who is the project implementing company in Ghana, to try and respond to the question, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Archie and Samiru. Yes, so not me as a person, but as an organization, we want to build a nuclear power plant. in Ghana to be run and operated by Ghanaians. And so in all the discussions that we do have, we always stress on the importance of making sure there is, local involvement, local content. And that ties in with the issue of capacity building. In the past, now these questions don't come to us anymore, but when we started, we engaged different stakeholders. They asked us, is it that some people are behind you that go and say these things, that Ghana is going nuclear? Or really is Ghanaians and Ghana government that have taken the decision to go nuclear? And over the years, based on serious and continuous engagement, it has come to the fore that this is a Ghana initiative, it's a Ghana project, it's not somebody behind pushing nuclear agenda for Ghanaians. And so when we talking of capacity building, we're looking at how do we impact skills to our people. At least one thing that personally I have learned from COVID is that there could be a time where there will be restrictions on movement of people. And we experienced that during the peak of the COVID. And so when, for such a project, the core of professionals, whether technicians or operators, cannot be developed in-house, in-country, then that will be problematic. And so in all the engagements that we do is part of our priority list to ensure that whichever vendor that we eventually go with, the issue of impacting scale to our local people is there, not only even with individuals, but also with the industry, industrial partnerships, in a way that industries are also able to build their capacity so that they can continue with the supply chain when we get into the operation phase. So yes, there's the need to recruit more people and then focus on real specific training. But that is why, again, we also accelerating our discussions with the various vendors so that we can have a well-focused planning to train our people from now until we get into the operation phase. So I want to, through NPG and with the support of government, we want to ensure that we get our first nuclear power plant, and then the rest will follow. We have the School of Nuclear and Allied. I know some of you guys have also gone out to do masters and PhD in nuclear and related subjects. And so it's all well and good, but I know there is urgency to recruit and employ you guys. So we rest assured that very soon there will be that opportunity to recruit more people. When we started, we decided to now, let's pick people from GAIEC, from Volta River and Bui Power Authority who are operating thermal and hydropower plants. Let's bring these people as a core. And then along the line, we will be recruiting additional people. So we want to recruit you more. We need to get into the stage of identifying a vendor technology, and then the rest of the activities will follow that. So yes, I know you are eagerly waiting for your employment. It will come. Just be a little patient.
Thank you, Stephen. Alicia succeeded in putting me here, so I'll take the opportunity to ask a follow-up question to the one you just responded. But in doing so, I would like to invite Seth to join you up here. So the first session, Seth was asked about 3 challenges that confront our program, and one of the challenges he highlighted was workforce development, and specifically low to middle level workforce development. During the session that just finished, our minister also highlighted that COVID is into training. My question is, the current framework of COVID, how does it align with what the challenges that Seth highlighted in terms of training the low to middle level workforce to meet the needs of the nuclear industry that we foresee? Is the current framework of COVID able to take that? Are there policy interventions that need to come in to help deal with those? And if you can enumerate on some of the policy interventions you think will bring those two training programs into synergy for us to succeed in terms of our workforce development plans that we have.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I am fully abreast with the COVID and the broad areas that it covers, but I know in the past we have engaged CODVET. The whole idea was, how do we strategize together to ensure that the technical component of personnel that we need are catered for in the CODVET program. And this engagement probably has to continue and intensify. I know, as the minister said, the government is placing a lot of priority on technical and vocational training. And this is the time that we need to also do a bit more of engagement with the unit and the Ministry of Education that is in charge of that program to ensure that if the nuclear component is not well, provided for, it does. I know, for instance, Petroleum Commission has set up a welding school to provide training to a lot of welders. Before that, they had some partnership with Canadian institutions that trained a couple of welders, certified them, and they've set up a school with a lot of facilities that are into training of more welders, certify them, so that they can work. Their focus more is on the petroleum industry, but of course, it can be expanded. And so, for example, we have also touched base with that organization to see how the nuclear component can also be added in that direction. So as I said, not very well vexed with the CODVET program. Probably Seth may add some few things if...
Thank you very much for calling me here. Well, so just for a brief, because we mentioned CODVET and most people don't know what CODVET is, the Commission for Vocational and Technical Education Training in Ghana. So it's a whole commission that is set up to look at vocational and technical training in the country. What CODVET, in terms of the infrastructure or the technical and the policy framework as it is now, is good. And this has been carried out in other African countries, and the policy framework is very strong. What we need to do is we need to transform that institution or upgrade those institutions into institutions that's able to do the training that is required in the nuclear cycles. Whatever output from the cultivated institutions will not be able to fit in the nuclear industry, and that's the fact. And that's why we needed to meet the Minister of Education to bring this to his attention. And I'm good. Oh, it's Akabwa. Unfortunately, he is ill. So he is from the Ministry of Education, and we had actually discussed this today to meet the minister and then bring this to his attention and make sure that it's fully encompassed in terms of the training in vocational and technical that we have in this country. So it's something we are critically looking at, and as the question demands, currently the policy framework is very strong, but the training or the training program we have is not fit for the nuclear industry.
Right, so I just have a quick contribution to make. I've been following the oil and gas sector in Ghana for a while now. So when we started, the point was made that we needed local content, but we didn't have the manpower at the time. But over the years, I realized that yes, we're trying to get the people in. And there are some similarities, you know, when it comes to the oil and gas sector and the nuclear. You wouldn't get all the people you need, but there are some people who are still available. I just wanted to touch on something that the Design and Technology Institute is doing, which is training certified artisans. So you're talking about welders, not the welders who will be handling your car, the mechanics and all that. But these are people who are being trained to get world-class certification so that whether they're working here in Ghana or wherever they find themselves in, they can get jobs. And there's something that is being done with the support of MasterCard. I didn't know, I just bumped into it last week, and it was awesome. It cost about $10,000 to train one person intensively over 12 months. And that's something that's being funded mainly by MasterCard, paying about 90% of the cost. But I thought I should just throw that in, that there's something happening. Apart from what government itself is doing, there's also this that's taking place.
Thank you, Israel. Okay, so I see that there are hands still on this right side and in the center. So we have 2 over here and I think 3 in the center. So if we could take the gentleman with, who has a mic, and then the lady next in the white, and then I think we have at least 2 or 3 or 4 over here. So let's be expeditious about our statements or questions so we can take care and get all of these great questions ready. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Abubakar Sadiq Ali from Nigeria. I want to buttress on Samir's point and then ask a question. With respect to what Samir has said, yes, truly we want to see reactors on ground in Africa. Not only seeing reactors, we want the participation of the youth. We have teeming youth in Africa. Myself and Samir just came back from the African Youth Nuclear Summit in Nairobi, which took place from 23rd to 26th of this month. And I can tell you we've seen the readiness in the youth to take this path. Now, we want the assurance that we will be at the core of these activities. That's one. And with respect to my question, the United States has been in the forefront of nuclear technology in all ramifications, right from the inception. We've never seen this kind of commitment in order to export the technology, especially to this part of the world. I want to know, what's the stimulus that stimulated this effort to this level? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I am reminded, and first let me address your statement about you want the youth to be at the core. I think that that is a necessary and critical part of this journey to readiness, not only in Ghana, but on the continent. And second, as I looked around the room when you first, when your colleague first mentioned in being in need of a job, I think I see at least 3 people, I won't point them out, but they might want to raise their hands, who have direct hiring authority because they own their own businesses and provide services to the continent. But I have already asked you to come to tonight's event and tomorrow's session, where you will have the opportunity during our networking session to sit down with some of the companies that are present, who will at some point be looking at local supply chains, some of the service companies, et cetera. So please make sure that you follow up as I asked. I want to go to Maria Korsnick because I know that NEI did a report where we looked at in the United States, they asked existing operators about the needed capacity. So Maria, would you mind? There's a microphone right behind you.
Thanks. I guess maybe I'll go two places with it. In terms of the capacity of how much new nuclear that we're looking at in the United States, we did do a survey of companies that currently operate nuclear plants, and they have the intention of adding 100 gigawatts by 2050. Then I'll also refer to the DOE report, the liftoff report for advanced reactors, and they talked about adding 200 gigawatts of nuclear by 2050. So I guess the short story is it doesn't really matter if the right number is 100 or 200. It's a whole lot of reactors, small, medium, or large. And so to say that the United States is very interested in nuclear, I think it kind of goes without saying by just looking at the number of companies that have begun to bring some of this new technology to the marketplace. And again, the thirst for finding an always-on, 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week carbon-free option, which is what nuclear offers. I'll also share maybe some obvious things, you know, like why did Microsoft just post a position for a nuclear engineer or a nuclear savvy person? You know, why are you seeing some of these large technology companies interested in nuclear? It's because they sell products that need 24/7 power, right? So they're either into AI or they're into, you know, data storage. All of that needs round-the-clock power, and they all want it clean. So as you look ahead, the thirst for more clean energy is only going to get bigger, and the fact that nuclear can provide that, I think, is very important. Alicia, I'll just maybe segue just real quickly. We also had a report done that talked about workforce, and I'll just add that we're also looking at the current workforce at coal plants or gas plants, and to realize that, you know, a lot of people think nuclear is altogether different. I mean, we do boil water differently, but, you know, after that, it's a power plant, okay? So once you turn that water into steam, you need the electricians, the mechanics, the instrument and control technicians. So there's a lot of power plants out there that are going to get closed down, like a lot of coal plants. And I say this broadly around the world, okay? We can put all that talent back to work. And so maybe in that same way, if you have talent that's at gas plants or other sort of power plant technology, nuclear can retrain and redeploy all of that talent, and we should look very much to do so.
Thank you. Can we go to Rian, please?
Yeah, thank you. Abu Bakr, actually, my best friend in the United States, his name is Abu Bakr. I appreciate the question, and I actually don't have that much to add other than to say from a government perspective, from the White House perspective, it is indeed those 5 things that were outlined, right? Why is there such excitement about nuclear energy within the administration, right? And it's because decarbonization goals, and this applies in Africa or domestically in the United States, right? It's about energy security, right? So that's kind of at the nation level. It's about energy resilience, as Maria mentioned. If you're a data center, if you're a semiconductor fabrication facility, even if you're an advanced industrial process facility, you want the resilient energy. There's economic development, right, which again would apply here in the United States. And then number 5, you know, we believe the U.S. technology has the highest standards of safety, security, and safeguards. And so we want to see this technology deployed responsibly, and so we want to be at the forefront of supporting it. So nothing different. The government really shares that same view. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I get a microphone? Is it a young lady in red? Young lady in red, please. You've been very patient. Center row in the back.
I'm Mary Bitiki Bewar, and I'm a mechanical engineer and also hold masters in nuclear energy. I have trained with Quebec, South African Nuclear Energy Agency, and I'm here back home in Ghana. And I'm so excited to hear that we are embarking in nuclear energy in Ghana. But again, we've had nuclear atomic agency in Ghana for many, many years, decades. And we haven't been able to see anything on the ground in Ghana. My question, I have two questions. One to the Americans. What way forward to make sure that we maximize the little technology we had in Ghana through the atomic agency in Ghana? And how do we get assurance that this project is going to be pushed so forward and so fast that we're not going to again have 30, 40, 50 years waiting to see a reactor in Ghana? The other question goes to the Ghanaians that we have here to answer this question. Is about the training. The minister spoke about the way of training Ghanaians, the artisans into this. I've had some little experience with the friends that I have who have trained before in the nuclear, in the oil sector, who have been trained and started working after a few years of experience. And we had countries like Australia taking them away. And how do we make sure that in the future, if you get to train these people, are not going to gain some knowledge and will be losing them to the big powers, like it has been before? I work with the African Industries Group, and one question my boss asked me is, why did you choose to come back to Africa or to Ghana? Because some of your kinds don't want to come back. So you as a government, what incentives, what do you put in place to make sure that the brain that we train in Ghana stays in Ghana? Thank you.
So, okay, go ahead, give her a round of applause. Okay. So thank you for those questions, and I'm going to take the first one on the American side and then turn it over to you, Archie, to line up your cavalry over here. So first of all, one of the things you asked about is how can we make sure that there is a commitment on a project and that Ghana has nuclear power. And I'm going to say something that people might not expect me to say. Now, the White House and my boss are in here, so don't gasp too loudly. But in any partnership, that commitment must also come from the country. So it's not just the United States needs to demonstrate that there will be a project in Ghana, because that's not enough. So that commitment must be on both sides, that there will be a partnership, as you've heard, that lasts 100 years, and that definitely is more than most marriages, and all marriages I know of. That's number one. Number two is, I think that there is an opportunity, we'll say an opportunity, it could also be a challenge, that people show up. Because oftentimes we say we want to do something, and when it comes time to do that something, the people simply don't show up. And we have been working very closely with the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission's Nuclear Power Institute for the past few years on this meeting, number one. And then we launched at the beginning of this year, a free, I said free, every 2-week online training session for nuclear. Free, which we paid for, and we actually have the instructor, Paul Murphy, who moderated a panel today, who's in this building. There's Paul back in the back. And we actually have people who took that course and were with us from day one in this session today. But you would think if we were offering free online training every 2 weeks since January, the number of people joining that who say they want to know about nuclear, and this is all aspects of nuclear, you would think, I would have a problem of my IT folks saying, we don't have the bandwidth to train the entire continent. But instead, I struggle to maintain numbers of even 100 people in a course every 2 weeks that is free. Now, they say if you build it, they will come. So I don't know how long or how much needs to be built and how long it's going to take. But when I hear things like, what are you going to do? And when are you going to, how are you going to prove it to us? We've been doing it. We also have the State Department's FIRST program, who just recently had an event in Ghana a few weeks ago. And we have just announced in the past several months the Regional Clean Energy Training Center, which we've done that online training and this event as well under. And we were hoping and praying the people would show up, and we get, in the last 2 or 3 days, 200 plus people to register for a conference that we've been advertising for several months. And when you have to plan a conference, you know, you put money behind numbers. And so then we have to kill ourselves, die, come back again, and pay for how many ever people are going to show up to the conference. So my message to you, which is not the diplomatic one, but it is the reality, is that while the countries in Africa are looking to the United States to make sure we're going to show up, we're also expecting that you're going to show up and meet us when we are bringing the resources that we need to partner together, because this is indeed a partnership, which means we have to meet each other halfway. So that's my messaging to you. And as I consider you to be a young person, unlike Seth, who spoke today, but I consider you also to be a young person. And I think I've already mentioned tomorrow will be youth-focused day. It will be workforce development. How do we bring more young people in? We have our universities here and others who will speak. This is really the opportunity for us to hear from you. We also have the the networking event that I've mentioned, where we will have all of the labs, industry, academia, and government officials there for you to ask these questions and talk to them about next steps. I don't think there's a secret that we've been working with the Ghanaians on an agreement to further our nuclear cooperation, because the ministry is taking the right step. GAIAC and the Nuclear Power Institute are leading the way, and we need to galvanize all the support behind that if we're going to move forward in bilateral partnership. So there's a lot for you to do to be supportive, and I think that you have the right curiosity along this vein. But I'll pass it to you just on the Ghanaian side to see what you'd want to add to that.
Thank you, Alicia. Just to add, in terms of partnership and commitment, I can say for sure that NPA, GAIAC, NPG, we are committed, and there is no greater commitment than to quote what my minister said today. Nuclear, we will go. Nuclear is here, and America is our best partner. America has demonstrated it through different programs that they've brought to Ghana, and Ghana, we've taken it on board. I think it's on us and other African countries to join us in that partnership to move this relationship with the U.S. To another level. In terms of workforce, I'll probably start something, iteration in workforce. That is a difficult one. I'll start something and probably pass it on to my colleagues to chip in. I work with Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. Let me start this way. 2006, that is when Ghana Atomic Energy Commission and the University of Ghana established the Graduate School of Nuclear and Allied Science to train the foreseeable workforce that we envision will be needed for the nuclear industry. We didn't have a nuclear industry then, we don't have it now. So at some point, there was a lot of people with a required skill that couldn't be absorbed by the only organization that is mandated to work in the area of atomic-related issues, and that's the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. As a commission itself, and that's because of its being a government-related organization, I mean, compared to other industries in terms of you have to have the passion to want to stay within the government system to work. If it's money, you wouldn't find it there. So a lot of times those who we find ourselves working there today is because of the passion we have for the work we do and for the industry and the commitment we want to see the realization of the nuclear power that we see as that will transform the country as a whole. And that is what has kept some of us there. But a lot of people leave for different reasons which you cannot control. And I think it's same with a lot of industries. Exactly, that's what. It's the same with industry as well. There's very little you can do in terms of iteration. What probably from my perspective you can do, you look to do is how you can replace with similar skill those who are leaving so that we don't have a huge vacuum within that industry. And for me, it's been challenging because that nuclear industry is not there as my two brothers there are seeking for jobs within the industry, and it's currently not there. What do they do? They will find jobs, and their skills might be needed elsewhere. They will find jobs in other fields, and they may or may not come back to that industry, and we would have lost. And we are losing a lot of people through such, through similar situation. I will leave this one here, and probably my colleagues may want to add one or two to it, what I've just shared.
Can I jump in before you start, Seth? And I want to underscore, it's the same in the United States where I'm from. It's not just an issue here nationally, because you'll get the chance to talk to people tomorrow, but I will say being in nuclear can be very much a thankless job. There is no reward of pay. There is no reward of time off. This is an ongoing, continuous battle that we have to fight every day. And with the tragedies going around in the world, which underscore the importance of energy security, which we've not talked much about today, we are all working together to really try to make this world a more energy secure place, which energy security is tied to national security as well as meet those climate objectives. I would assure you that everybody in this front row from the United States was thinner, had more hair, had less gray, and had thicker hair. And not for nuclear and the fight that we have been on together. And we'll go in the second row because I see Lee Petticore back there and Jess. And Lisa and Bonnie. So I would say definitely this is not something that somebody's getting in for any glory, for any praise, for any acknowledgement, for any big paychecks, because that's not it. This really is a niche passion and objective that you really have to be committed to for country, for the betterment of our friends and partners around the world, for energy security, and for you will have to find your why you want to do this. Because if you are looking for any external gratification other than you have made this world a better place, that's about all you're going to get out of it. Now you can talk to anybody else and they may something different. I don't think so, but I just wanted to share with you, this is not just a Ghanaian issue, because my paycheck is not one that says, do the things I do, and that's not why I get up every morning, because I'm, a civil servant. But, you know, we have to do this because this is what we are passionate about, and this is what we want to do for our country and for the world. And I will pass it over to you, Seth.
Okay, so before Seth comes in, I just thought I should clarify that the thinner hair and all the features you're talking about is not because they're working in a nuclear area.
Thank you very much, Israel. And thank you very much for the question. And thank you very much for coming back to help build this country. Let me encourage you with a story from the Bible. So there was this prophet who was being attacked or pursued by a queen called Jezebel. He ran and wanted to kill himself. And God spoke to him. He told God that everybody has been killed. All prophets has been killed in the land, except myself. And God told him, I have over 1,000 prophets that are currently alive. Trust me, you are not the only one who came back. All of us here, sitting on the Ghanaian side, had our training outside this country. When we finished, most of us were given opportunities to work in that lab or those labs in which we worked in. We refused, came back. We are here. I used to have hair. Now, there are reasons why people go. There's a pull and push factor. In an institution that is not well set up, you may have a lot of people going out because they are being pushed out. But there's also forces that are being pulled, are being used to pull whatever needs to be pulled. Everybody wants resources. You need to know that. It's a business. And once you realize it's a business and everybody wants his business or her business to be strong, they will attract whatever talent is needed, no matter the cost. So you need to realize that. Hello. So people will go out. Not being what you want to see. It's very simple. And this is not just for Ghana. It's for every atomic energy across the world. Atomic Energy Commission, scientists, technicians, technologists, technical people don't make nuclear decisions. That is why it's called, for the International Atomic Energy Agency, called a national position, not an atomic energy position. So you do all your technical works, but it's up to a political actor to make that decision. You see our ministers here, you see our technical advisors to our ministers here, they are not here for just any reason. They are here because they've been told a certain story, they have witnessed that story elsewhere, and they believe in it, and that's why they drive it. So it's up to us as technical people to give that story, to give that hope that this is a technology that is able not just to provide energy, but to transform an economy, to transform how we think as a people, to transform our standards and how we do things in the country. So it's not just about Ghana. It's about all other African countries. Yeah, we started this, but imagine this. You are talking about 100-year relationship. 100-year. A politician has 4 years to impress. Else he goes. It's a fact. This is the life that they live. So 4 years, they need to make an impact. Your nuclear takes not a minimum of 7 years to build. So unless the politician at that moment has that ability to see beyond what his 4 or 8 years, he will not buy into whatever you are selling. And that's why you need a national development plan that drives such activities. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we are getting there. Unfortunately, it's been delayed, but we are getting there. So these are things we need to look at. Atomic Energy Commission is doing what we can as Atomic Energy Commission. But then it's up to the political actors to act on whatever is given them. We gave a comprehensive report to government. At the end of the day, government looked at it after a year of studying and said, yes, this is something we need to look at as a country. And the president made a statement to that. Because of that statement of the president, we are seen as a phase 2 country in the on the international scene. So it takes time, but let's believe in the process. We'll get there. Thank you.
So we have a lady over here on the right in white, please. You've been very patient. Thank you. Go ahead.
I am Linda Sapong from the Nuclear Regulatory Authority. My question is, I have observed the conversations happening on both sides, which is from Ghana and also from the US. I want to ask exactly what is the US looking forward to see in order to say that at this very moment, I am sure I'm going in nuclear with this country. And then with the operator, which is those representing Ghana, what are they looking forward to see in a vendor in order to finalize their decision? And the third part is with regards to the regulatory body. In deciding as a, let's say for the US, that, okay, I'm going with Ghana, and right now at this very moment, looking in terms of business and all other areas, we are saying Ghana is our choice and we are moving the next. After you look at the indicators that is going to make you make that decision, what do you look forward in terms of what the regulatory body should look like in order to finalize your decision?
So, ma'am, I said you were patient, but that's like 5 questions for 5 more weeks of discussion. So let us try to see if we can give you sort of a snippet of each, and then let us promise to come back to you at least on some parts of it tomorrow. So I'll defer to you after we start with what would make the U.S. decide that they want to go with Ghana. What will it take? What does that look like? And if you don't mind, I'll turn that over to you. So if I could get a microphone right here in the center, please. And then Commissioner Wright, can I come to you next? Thank you. And then we will turn it over to you.
Okay, it is on. This is a hard one because, quite frankly, I kind of see it in the opposite vein. Why does Ghana want to work with us? I mean, when we're talking about a nuclear energy program, we are talking about national level decisions, as Seth already said. These are Ghana's decisions to make. We want to partner with you because our 2 countries already have a very strong relationship in other areas and across the board. We want to work with you because you are leaders in Africa. We want to work with you because you've expressed interest in working with us in a nuclear program. That's really what it comes down to. In terms of all the questions that you've asked, this is one of the reasons why we developed the first program, to see the regulatory system, et cetera, to work with you, to partner with you on making sure that when you're ready to deploy your nuclear plant, you've got all the pieces in place to do it. I mean, this is not a zero-sum game. We can work with you, we could work with other countries. But this is really, like I said, I kind of feel like you have the relationship backwards. Yes, we want to work with you, but you have to also want to work with us. Now, on our capacity building and all those things that we have talked about, All this is what does Ghana need. It's not about buying a nuclear power plant from the United States. Yes, we would love to sell you a nuclear power plant. That's why our industry is here. But it's really all about making sure that whatever decisions Ghana makes for its nuclear power plans, that you're ready for it when you have a plant. So.
It's pretty simple from where I sit, from what I've seen so far around the world, right? First you want your regulator to truly be independent and not to be controlled by anyone, because the function that you have to perform is to guarantee the best that you can that that plant is safe to operate. Your public needs to know it's safe as well, right? And so you need to be sure that your inspectors are trained. You also need to be able to pay for the expertise that you need to do whatever reviews you've got to do. And in some countries, and I don't know exactly completely how Ghana does it, but I know that the government funds pretty much your salaries and benefits, and then you bill your licensees or charge your licensees for work that you do, but it doesn't necessarily cover all the work that you do. So I think it's important that that not just you, but people like us, Alicia, we have to make sure that the leaders in the government understand how important it is, the job that you do and what you're being asked to do, and that you have to do on behalf of your country. But it's real important that they provide you the resources that you need in order to do your job.
So Linda's question was rightfully directed to the project implementing organization, NPG. So Dr. Yamwa, please.
Yes, so what are we looking at in selecting a vendor? So first of all, I would say that I'm not going to say this vendor or that vendor. That decision will be taken very soon based on our advice to government. But as a country, first we're looking at a country that will be behind us, not only in Ghana, but in the international community, to feel confident and be behind us, to work with us from the beginning to the end to realize the project. We're looking at a technology that best fits with our system, as a country, that will have seamless integration with our grid infrastructure and system. We're looking at support for developing the various infrastructures, and how to also, as I said earlier on, support in building the capacity of our local people. We talked about the youth. How do we build their capacity so that the program becomes sustainable and to move forward with that? Of course, we can also leave the question of financing. What best ways can we finance the project in a way that is sustainable, that can lead to the successful realization of the nuclear project? So probably you might have heard of a request for information and further requests for information that we have embarked on. And these are some of the questions that we raised and solicited responses that we have evaluated. But in all of this, we heard the minister talked about the fact that nuclear relationship is longer than a marriage. And therefore, there is the need to realize in terms of the geopolitics. So what is the relationship between Ghana and those various countries? How does it impact on the nuclear project? Nuclear is a very sensitive and security infrastructure. So what is Ghana's relationship now moving forward, and how does things work out? Those are things that probably the political realm and angle will add on to the technical and the financial considerations. So in a nutshell, these are the kind of information and the analysis that we've been doing in advising our political authority in terms of what we think that would be I wouldn't say the best way, but the most probable option for us to go with. So that is how we're looking at in that context. I believe my minister just told me that he's just going to put the pressure on me now because I'm supposed to get him a report so he can then move it forward to the next level and the next level. And so there are a lot of considerations that are ongoing. I don't have it. I'm not the regulator. But on the technology side, the vendor side, yes, the relationship is very important. There are other soft issues, for example, language, how the language differences between Ghana and the probable vendor may impact, or how do we address issues of language and all of that. So these are some of the considerations that we currently are analyzing, and of course we need to also make sure to bring it to the reality. Sometimes you have a whole lot of narrative, but when you go through in detail in the pieces, you realize that they don't fit together. It's like somebody trying to tell you a nice story to make it look good on the surface, but in detail, it really doesn't work out. So we're kind of doing this kind of considerations and analysis, and very soon, I believe, with the minister, the government, we'll have a direction on the way forward.
Thank you so much. So if we could take that microphone, please, and write to the technical advisor of the senior advisor to the president. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alicia. My name is Robert Kwabnapukuche of the Office of the Senior Presidential Advisor. I'm not a scientist, neither am I an engineer. But before I go to my question, the first, a reference note that I want to make. I think last year there was a partnership signed between Ghana, US, and Japan, in which there was a training component. I'm wondering how far we have, implemented this under the arrangement. I don't know what Alicia was talking about in terms of the free training, whether it comes under that arrangement. But that is and it's supposed to train the workforce on SMR technology. I don't know how far that's, so when we're talking about workforce development, I think that's a component. So that's my footnote. My question is that when Maria Kosnick, in her keynote presentation, mentioned that about 10 years ago, there were worries over the closure of nuclear plants. I want to know what exactly were those worries. I'm aware that this was in the wake of the Fukushima incident, because Fukushima happened about 2011. So what were exactly the worries that engendered this trepidation that the plants could be shut down? And how were these worries addressed in order to bring back the confidence now we have in taking this project forward? Because the narrative around the industry can create a lot of misconception. So if we have identified these worries and we address them, it's something that can also form part of what we intend to do in the future, so that whenever we are hit by some such this, and we know how to address it, and also how to win people over to the nuclear industry development. Thank you very much.
Alicia, I'll take it because I was implicated in the question. All right, so the question was, in my talk, I said 10 years ago, we were talking about closing nuclear plants in the United States. First of all, it had nothing to do with safety, and second of all, it had nothing to do with Fukushima, just to be clear. So in the United States, we have some of our plants that are, from a sales perspective, they sell into a regulated market, and we have some that sell into a merchant market. And so it was focused on the plants that sell into the merchant market, and they were struggling to make enough money. And why is that? Well, the price of natural gas fell very low. So that encouraged people to want to build gas plants. We also were subsidizing wind and solar. We were subsidizing it at a federal level, and we were subsidizing it at a state level. So it was sort of the perfect storm for nuclear. Wind and solar were being strongly encouraged. The price of natural gas, because of fracking, was incredibly low. And as a result, it was pushing nuclear out of the market. Okay, and how is that? Well, for the subsidies that wind and solar were getting, you only got the subsidy if your plant was operating. So they would push to operate in some cases, and there was too much on the grid. There was too much power. So they would have to shut down or back off in power the nuclear plants. Well, nuclear plants operate best when you're at 100% power. They make the most money when they're at 100% power. So there was occasions where they were being forced to lower their power. And as a result, from a business perspective, just didn't make a lot of sense. So the challenge we had in the United States is that we do care about carbon and we do care about the air that we breathe, but the market doesn't care. The market just says, produce the lowest cost electron and we're going to use it. So really what we're working on today is to ensure that nuclear has an even playing field. So if there's going to be a subsidy out there, let it be technology neutral. It shouldn't be picking this or picking that. It should say if you have clean power, then you should be available for this credit. And the recently passed tax credits, if you follow that at all in the United States, it was in the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are technology neutral tax credits. That was one of the things we were trying to do to correct for previous credits that went specifically to a certain technology. There was also recently a tax credit on current nuclear plants. The strongest signal that our US government could send is to put a tax credit on a currently operating asset. And what was that about? Stop shutting down your nuclear plants. So if the price of electricity goes too low, this tax credit kicks in to ensure that you stop closing your nuclear plants. And why is that? Because it's the most cost-effective clean energy you can possibly get is to run these nuclear plants. They're workhorses of carbon-free energy, and we are recognizing that. Thanks.
And to your footnote, Mr. Pokuche, my boss is here, but the implementation of that agreement sits within our organization. But since I have the mic now, I'm the boss, so I'll ask my boss to respond to the question. When we go out, we'll deal with whatever we have to deal with after. So Seth, please.
Thank you very much once again. Just a point of clarification. Ghana, US, Japan has not signed an agreement. We announced a partnership that we're going to work together towards this Clean Energy Training Center. So it's a partnership announcement that was made in the US during the interministerial conference. Now, I have nuclear engineers over here who have PhDs and all that. That's beautiful. Can one tell me how you run a nuclear power program? The fresh graduates that are waiting for the jobs. So there is the issue. They don't teach you how to run a nuclear power program when you go for your nuclear engineering degree. Nobody teaches you that. You need to learn. And that's what we tried implementing. You have a lot of resources on the African continent in terms of human resource that have the capacity to support the nuclear power program. So what we did first was organize a 2-weekly program that teaches you how we run a nuclear power program, things you need to consider. And you run this every 2 weeks, the number keeps going down. People select what they want to, they are interested in, but not paying attention to the fact that everything that we are talking about on a 2-weekly basis are interconnected. And that forms a program. So we talk about national position. How do you establish a national position? Issues of liability, how do you deal with it? Because when you are ready to go in for a plant, one of the key things that Exim Bank will ask of you is the liability issues. They are giving you money. You need to show that if anything happens, that money is not going to waste. But people pick and choose safety, then they just do it and they are off. But leave the other things that we are connected to form a nuclear power program. So now form the basis for a clean energy training center for Africa. That gives you that basis. And now we are moving on to now establishing it physically so that we can now train more people within that center. And I was having a chat with my Rwandan colleague here. That it's possible that African countries, we don't have to duplicate this everywhere. Come together and let's see how we establish this together and use it as an entity, as a continent. And that's where we are going, and that's where we want to go with the Clean Energy Training Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Seth. And I just want to offer a point of clarification, Mr. Technical Advisor, that the U.S., Japan, Ghana announcement was made under the first program, which is run by the U.S. Department of State. The Ghana Regional Clean Energy Training Center is led by DOE and GAIAC. And so those are two different mechanisms for cooperation, because we, as an interagency, have tried in as many different ways as possible to offer training to the continent, and this U.S.-Japan-Ghana partnership, I do believe, will have some additional announcements in the short-coming months. So we are at time, and I'm going to ask the last question. And again, remind you that every day of the conference, we will have a similar type of conversation based on what the day's sessions were about. So you have the opportunity to do this again tomorrow at the end of the day and the following day. But I'm going to do what I always do, which is do what I want, and ask a question to Israel. So we might want to you could use my mic, I suppose. Or actually, yes, you're going to be closing us out anyway. And so I just met Israel on this trip, and I think we've become so fast friends, kind of, sort of, yes.
Yes, you can say that.
Israel is actually a prominent personality in reporting, journalism, radio, television, etc. And he's got a few credentials up his sleeve and been doing this for a while. And he also trains reporters and has been reporting on nuclear. And I think part of what we've struggled with globally is how we communicate around and about nuclear. We often talk like we're talking to engineers when we're not usually talking to people who are nuclear engineers about nuclear. And so from your lens on this, I have two questions. One is, what do you think we can do better to communicate around nuclear so that our messaging around nuclear does communicate its benefits, its social quality of life functions, the need for it, and how we articulate the need to cooperate internationally with other countries. That's one. And then second.
Can I take the first one?
Okay.
I'm not that smart to put it all together. So I'll start with the first one, which is, and there's something we're doing already, which is having a core of journalists who are trained so that when they go out there and there's anything on nuclear energy that they have to report on, they have an understanding of the issues, so then they can report and communicate it very well. So we're doing that. But in the trainings that we've had with them, we're also getting them to appreciate what this is all about. So you take a case, everybody in Ghana is familiar with the Akosombo Dam, for instance, and we tell them that the Akosombo Dam as a hydro or a plant is giving you some amount of base load when it comes to electricity. So everybody feels comfortable that there's an Akosombo Dam. We're getting, what, over 1,000 megawatts from that. So if you have that, and we find that so comfortable, well, the population has grown, and as you heard the minister say, that's giving us just about 30% of the energy needs that we have in this country. It's not that safe for us anymore to have just 30% as base load. So in conversations with them, we tell them we need to have nuclear energy, which provides also some significant base load. So we're telling them this. Another thing we're telling them is get them to appreciate the difference and the benefits that nuclear brings. If you take an energy, a nuclear power, typical nuclear plant, so much of what goes into the construction has to do with the aggregates and the iron rods, specialized iron rods that go into it and all of that. And then there's a lot of human, the workforce is also required. So we're getting them to appreciate that if we're positioning ourselves very well as a country to take advantage of some of these opportunities, a lot of what it costs or what it takes to build the power plant can come from Ghana, or that money can come to Ghana and Ghanaians. And so that's another thing we tell them to get them to appreciate why it is important to actually have a nuclear energy plant. And it's also, we also tell them demystify. We also demystify some of the misconceptions people have about nuclear. So having those journalists go out there, breaking down the issues, first breaking down the issues to them, and then they're also going out there to break down the issues to others, is making the conversations a lot easier and for people to appreciate.
Thank you very much. So do I have your permission to ask my second question? Thank you. You better take advantage of this, because you can ask anybody on this front row. I normally will not ask permission. Okay. So my second question to close us out is, obviously you worked in various forms of media. Thank you. Obviously, you've worked in various forms of media, and not to call anyone old or young, but I bet a lot of people, especially up in this front area, in this first 5 rows, you know, have gotten for many years their news from newspapers, actual newspapers that make noise when you read them. But as we think about, I didn't say anything about Seth. As we think about, you know, wanting to make sure that we integrate our young people in the conversation, that we reach as many people, as many ways as possible. You know, I know some like podcasts, some like social media, some still read newspapers, some listen to the news. But do you think we're doing everything that we can do to get the messaging out about nuclear? And is there anything else that you suggest that we can do?
Hello. All right. So yes, there's some work being done. So we're using radio, we're using print, and we're using TV. But increasingly, because you mentioned the youth, increasingly the youth are turning to digital media. So yes, podcast is an area we haven't quite explored. So yes, we should be looking at that. And then we should also be putting out quite a bit of what we have on social media. So on Twitter, we should be organizing X spaces, quite often to get to disseminate some of the things that, the discussions we have. We're in the initial, stage of putting out the message. So I think, yes, there's a lot more that we could do. We're doing some, but yes, there's a lot more that we could do. Incidentally, in the last year, I've taken a break from traditional media, and I'm leading an influencer marketing agency. So yes, then we can also use influencers, well, like myself and several others who are available to push the message out there. So yes, we're doing some work, but yes, there's a lot more that we could do. Yeah, the mic should work.
Israel, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to stay right there because you're going to close us out in just 1 second. I want to take this opportunity to thank Archie, my co-host in today's roundtable, and thank all of my colleagues from the United States. Thank all of you all who have traveled from near and far to be a part of this discussion and be active participants in this discussion. We could not get to all of the questions. That means I know I'll have plenty more tomorrow. Also, please note that we will be joined by 50 students from university. So that means space will be tight. Get here early, so that we're able to have a fulsome discussion all day with them. And this evening, we have an amazing event for you tonight. Are you going to give the instructions on that? We will have an amazing event for you tonight. We will also have one on Wednesday. So we'll be on your buses this evening trying to confirm you for the Wednesday night. If I don't see faces in these seats on time all the week long, I'll be reconsidering gala dinner attendance. And again, my boss is sitting right in the front row. Any complaints, please let him know. So thank you, Israel, for a wonderful first day. Thank you to all of you. And with that, we will conclude day one, and I'll turn it over to you, Israel.
All right, so I just have this quick question coming. Is there a website or information on the online training so we can inform others? Are you asking about me? No.
About the training that we've mentioned a few times that is offered every 2 weeks for the continent. We will make sure to put that information on a screen and advertise that for you all so that you can join in and register for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A round of applause to Alicia and Archie. Thank you very much for leading the round table. So as Alicia mentioned, there's a board shuttle. Oh, and I promise you the photos. I'm told the photos are ready. We'll be bringing them up in a bit. I know you love to see yourself looking good. We all do. So we'll see how good we're looking. And much later, you get to know how you can get the pictures. But as Alicia mentioned, there's an event this evening, a wonderful event, an evening cocktail at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park in Mausoleum. It's a beautiful and wonderful place. You should go see the place, by all means. You should go see the place. And it's even better that you're having an evening cocktail there. I'm feeling jealous already. So there's a shuttle that's going to take you to the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park in Mausoleum. So participants are to meet at the hotel lobby. The conference badges must be worn to board the shuttles. The last shuttle will leave at 18:30, that's 6:30. So there'll be several shuttles, but the last one is going to be at 18:30. And the board is to be returning to the Labadi Beach Hotel at 9 p.m. So yes, that's the message I have for you, the announcement I have for you. But yes, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful day one, and I'm sure we're going to have an even brilliant day two. So if the photos are ready, can we have them roll? Let's get to see ourselves. Okay. So look at that. Some very, very nice photos. So they're going to be scrolling them, and much later on, we have your email addresses, so we're going to send them into your inboxes, the links to your inboxes. I'm told that Alicia has to approve all the photos before we send them to you. I wanted to send the photos to you right away, but I'm told, no, Alicia will have to see them. So Alicia will see and approve, and then you can have them. But that's it for day one. Enjoy the photos and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you very much.